Sorry about that.
Hopefully it's keep
It's
going. If
supposed
you're
to go
getting something
straight to
out of
this
this,
scene
smash that
when the
like
timer
button.
runs
It
out.
actually matters for the algorithm. Costs you nothing.
Jeez.
If you're not subscribed yet, please hit.
Just like recorded a little I recorded like a little commercial there. There we go. There we go. Anywho, man, I've been thinking about this diversity as strength stuff. It's just, we've all had it shoved down our throats for, since I've been alive. We've just had this crammed down our throats, and about so many different things. And I was thinking about how all encompassing this is, and how ubiquitous some of these ideas are. Like, when I was like in my mid 20s, I still thought, like, I still believed in all of it, basically. Like, as little as a decade ago, I was still like a total I mean, I didn't believe this stuff. It's all bullshit, but I like didn't know any better. And I remember, like, I was seeing this, or messing around with this Asian chick, and she had like a multi-millionaire, or well, he was. She said that he they had to downsize and stuff. And like, I like talked her into leaving, like, sort of. Like, she was asking my opinion, and I was like, sure, like, that's if that's. And honestly, I remember thinking it was kind of odd that she was even asking me what like, I'm like, what the. She was from Hong Kong, had grown up in China, and like, she, she did what women do. She married a guy who could take care of her. Simple as that. And I think she caught him cheating, or he cheated on her or something. So she left. And he was older, and I think he was a little bit average looks wise and stuff, but he had money. And he cheated, I guess. And it's funny, looking back, it was probably a better idea for her to stick with him, honestly. She was very attractive too. Like, she was in a very, very high demand. Still, I would say she still kind of is. She has a kid though, although she like gave it to the father. She just like washed her hands of it. I've always been a little bit confused about her. Like, she's a little, I don't know. I don't know if she is off, or if I'm not quite sure. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. And then, like, when she had this kid a couple years ago, and then like, she doesn't have the kid, she doesn't live with the kid, like, and I remember that, just, me being like, I guess that does kind of track. She is a little bit, I don't know, it's a little different. Not in a terrible way, but just different. Before I get rolling, I just wanted to say, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button. Hit hit the little bell icon. It makes a difference in the algorithm, and this stuff, it's so shameless. It's got this shameless sort of carnival barker vibe to it that I really don't like. Really don't like that. Like, I don't know, it just bothers me. But you got to do it. I have to do it. I don't have much of a choice when it comes down to it. but hit the subscribe button. Give me a like. Hook a brother up with a like. It's the least you could do. Drop a comment as well. But really, what I wanted to talk about today is like basically diversity. And like you see these images of the fence with the people standing behind it, and the tall person is looking over the fence at the whatever the game or the sporting event, and then the kids, they can't reach it. And then it's, I think it says inequality, or no, equality. I think it says equality there. And then the next frame is the fence, the picket fence, and they have boxes under them, and the one is taller. And there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of different graphics to sort of illustrate what they're talking about. It's such it's garbage, man. If only reality was that simple as going and getting a stupid apple crate or a peach crate and standing, like, if only life was that simple. And like the whole diversity line, I'm like, I think it it's not, of course I thought it was wrong on its face, but like I think I've been kind of looking closer at things, a lot of things actually, and just sort of kind of following my nose. And I don't think us as a group, white men, white people, men, any one of those, well, men or white people anyway, because anyway, but we always have this urge to strike out on our own. And what I mean by this is that Orania in South Africa, the whites only community in South Africa, returned to the land out in what, Missouri in the Ozarks. And it's like, it's what's crazy is those guys out in the Ozarks, people laugh. I've seen black creators like kind of just like, yeah, go do your thing. It doesn't really, it doesn't really look like it's any, like, it's, I'm missing out on anything. So do your thing. And it's still bashing it though. But have you noticed that there are no colored communities that are doing that? Do you do you ever see the lazy, good for nothing communities trying to strike out on their own? Ever? And it's and really and truly, it's not necessarily to deprive those people of something. It's to it's so that they don't have to endure other things like, corruption in the government and whatnot. Like what happened in South Africa, they got rid of apartheid, and then the country went to the dogs. Now it's corrupt. It's it's a total farce. It went from basically the nicest place in all of Africa. From the Cape of Good Hope to the Valley Nile. Like, seriously. And the Nile River, that's literally some of the most fertile land on the planet. Historically, it's been like that way. But, diversity is the idea that we are smarter, we're more productive, more innovative, and more all the good things, the more diverse we are. Pull up that definition. Right. Yeah, the practice of quality of including or involving people from a range of different social and ethnic backgrounds and of different genders, sexual orientations, etc. And it even says below that, as an example, equality and diversity should be supported for their own sake. Why? You know, that may be true if if you're one of the people that stands to lose by diversity. You know, there's the kids in school that are everybody. You know, there's sports where there's the kids that get picked last and the kids that get picked first, and there's also that when there are projects in class, there's the superstar kids that everybody wants to have wants to be on their project team, right? Right? Am I wrong here? They're the smart kids, or the kids that do all the work, that do everything and they do it well. And then there are the lazy, good for nothing kids that don't want to do anything. And like it's like that those two things are mutually exclusive. Hey, what's up, tablet? You can't have diversity with it's the same thing with like redistribution and stuff or government health care. Some people it hurts, some people it benefits. And the diversity and all the opening up of our society, it has come at the cost of some and at the benefit of others. And we're the ones that it costs, basically. And we are like, and when I say cost, we are hemmed in. We're basically enslaved. We're used like a workhorse. And I think a lot of what I was talking about yesterday, what I'm in today, I think a lot of that is specifically to harness us, like me, you, like to strip us of any other reason for carrying on or any other thing that might get our focus or get our undivided attention. It's like they figured out a way to make us to get Americans especially to when they're not earning, they're spending, and when they're not spending, they're earning. That way they get the most economic value out of every single unit. Because make no mistake, they absolutely see us as units, units of production and units of consumption. And like all of this diversity, it's to it's to redistribute wealth from the haves to the have-nots. That's what it is. All of it. All of it is just that's all it is. Because you know, we've tried to we've tried to get Africa up to speed. They're not up to it. Are they? I mean, they cannot do it on their own, can they? Obviously, they got their independence in the 60s. They've gone downhill since then. Like they haven't like remained at status quo. They've gone downhill. It's gotten worse there. And in Africa, they had never really made it to civilization level. They had Timbuktu, but they never developed a system for writing, never developed the wheel. And Timbuktu was supposed to be like, proof that they were as good as any. And this was back in like 300-400 years ago when they were trying to. It was a long time ago, and what they did to make up for their lack of intelligent in academia, like they did not have university, they didn't have institutions like that. Oh, it would be amazing, tablet. Absolutely. I've thought of that too. It would be legitimately a land of milk and honey, like no other, like no other. And at the same time, though, maybe the rest of the world would look a lot better too, because, there's a ton of resources in Africa that are just laying fallow, not being used because those people they don't pack the gear to put their natural resources to good use. But and apartheid was to keep that was to keep the haves from from the haves from losing what they had. I didn't used to think of it that way, but I absolutely see it that way today. Same thing with civil rights in America. It was a redistribution program. And I think that's the same thing with the feminist movement. I mean, to a lot, it's pretty much just like a redistribution. Both of these things, diversity and civil rights and feminine, all these things, they represent a wealth redistribution scheme. Wealth of many things, wealth of labor, wealth of strength, wealth of intelligence, and the haves are overwhelming. The haves have always been overwhelmingly white males. And all of these schemes are to take from those that can produce and those that can do to give to those that can't. I feel like a lot of this, like I was thinking about the feminism and stuff today, and I was thinking, a lot of it feels to me a lot what this says to me, what it feels like to me is that somebody was trying to, first of all, double the economy or double the labor force. But at the same time, though, this was like an effort to take a world population of human beings that were split up into roles, and those roles attacked labor, attacked different parts of the animal. They chose different labor. And I feel like somebody thought that that was a waste of resources, like, and so basically what they did, and you can see it with how they went about it. They destroyed anything that was exclusively men, but they left the exclusively female stuff because I think, like, to them, the female role in the world is died, or it was killed. They killed it. It doesn't even exist anymore. And then the parts of those institutions that survived are just like a tale. They're just like this. They're a remnant of women's past. Like they push women to a way of life, and it's like there's still women still have the option to be a traditional woman if they want, but it's basically dead. Like, but it's they're allowed to do it. They're allowed to do it, but they will be shamed for it, and they'll be made to feel inferior for it. But it was like we moved on, like the new man, the modern man back in the 19th century, and we left those old roles behind. We abandoned the male role. We abandoned the female role. Now there's just this one role. Now there's one role. Everybody's the same. True. Yeah, they're not. But at the same, I mean, you're right. They're not mandated, but they have, they have their own systems. They have their own culture. Like our culture is them. It's engineering. It's social engineering is what it is. There's no other word for it. For guinea pigs. And I don't think it's like I think the natural mode of humans is a husband and a wife with a family, nuclear family with a husband and a wife, and that's the natural mode of human beings. But I don't think it lends itself to. I think it leaves a lot to be desired in the eyes of an autistic businessman. And it's I think they would see it as inefficient. I think that's what's going on here is that they think that's inefficient. And that, women, that's a lot of labor that they could be using. And, it allows them to have more control over us as a population. They can use women as a weapon against men. They can, they and that's how they see it is that there are ideas and strategies that they have that they haven't tried yet. And I feel like after the Civil War, like, the intelligentsia got in charge and they just decided, we have the power, you know why not see if we can rejigger things? Why not, pull a lever here and tweak a knob there? Why not? I think that's how this every all this stuff is brought about. Because it doesn't seem to me, it doesn't look random to me. It looks like somebody is trying to prove something or fix something. And there's distinctly a human hand to it. The way it's not by chance, this stuff. And like that Orania community in South Africa, the the black there are Africans that go there, the black people that go there, and they're like warned, and they think it's going to be this racist hellhole. And then they're shocked, that they want to live there. But it doesn't matter though. It has all those, it's safe. You can leave your bike unlocked. You can do this. You can do that. Your kids can walk alone. Your kids can walk freely. But there's no diversity though. You know, there's something wrong here. There's no diversity. Everything other than that, it's the land of milk and honey. But there's no black people here. Yeah, there's no black people here. No shit. No shit. Isn't that something? And maybe if you want to have all those things, black people can't be a part of it. Maybe there's something about them that you can't have those things. Those people can't they can't have those things. Those things are antithetical to their way of being. High trust society. They can't be involved. I mean, is that what's going on here? That's what it looks like. That they just can't even be involved. Sec. There, there we go. Oh, by the way, yeah, I wanted to shout this out. This is called replacement clock right here, fellas. This is from the 50s onward. Showing the percentage of the Earth's European percentage of the Earth's population. Called replacementclock.org. It's pretty badass, honestly. You know, it's interactive. Russia. I didn't know that that Belarus is literally Russian territory in Europe. Did you know that? It's separate from the rest of Russia. Like, that's crazy. I had no idea that was the deal. Where is it? Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, yeah. That is literally Russian territory, and it's separate from Russia. I didn't know that. I think it's called Belarus. I think Belarus is Russian sovereign territory. But I didn't realize this at 2100, Bosnia is still going to be like 88% European. That's crazy. It's projected to be 88% in 2100 still. I mean, we're not even there today. And Italy supposed to be 70% in 2100. How about that? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I mean, it's pretty impressive, to be honest. Yeah, replacement.replacementclock.org. I didn't realize that. Yeah, at the front of the or never mind.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to another video. Man, it's so funny starting this video. It's just giving me weird vibes because girl is going to a place called Orania. Most of you probably heard. It's all white town.
I'm standing in the middle of nowhere in a whole other continent because 2 hours away there is a town, although small in size, has sent shockwaves through the entire internet.
Orania is a whites-only town.
So if you clicked on this video, you know that we are going to be investigating Orania, the only all-white town in South Africa.
I'm in love with Orania.
Yeah.
Can I stay in here?
You're not African.
After a very long drive,
sorry.
I finally made it to Orania to do a follow-up of my last documentary. And this time, I've brought a very special friend.
What it means is he brought a very special black friend.
Let the fun and games begin.
I was reading Will Tanner's fantastic article in Islander 6 called Orania and the Estate, and it sent me down a really interesting rabbit hole. I discovered an entire genre of video, which I suppose can just be described as black YouTubers visiting Orania. If you don't know, Orania is an Afrikaner-only town of about 3,000 people, located roughly in the centre of South Africa, located on the banks of the Orange River in the Karoo Desert. It was founded in 1991 with the express goal of being a place where Afrikaans people live, that is, the descendants of Dutch settlers who arrived in South Africa in the 1600s. Before we watch what the black YouTubers discovered here, however, it's worth getting some context for Orania and South Africa more broadly. South Africa has an estimated population of about 63 million people, the overwhelming majority of which are black African, at 82%. The mixed race percentage is 8%, the Asian population is less than 3%, and the white population is about 7%. The Afrikaners constitute about 4% of the white population, with the rest being mostly the descendants of English settlers. Post-apartheid South Africa has many, many problems. It has an unemployment rate of about 33%, with most of those being young people, and this itself is a source of a huge culture of poverty, welfare dependence, and criminality. This also gives the country zero economic growth and informs the country's political landscape. Out of the 63 million people in South Africa, it has only 14.2 million registered income taxpayers, but about 5.9 of those have a taxable income below the income tax threshold, which means there are only about 8.3 million people who are actually paying personal income tax. That's 13% of the population, which is paying 845 billion rands of tax, which is way above the 521 billion rands the state collects from VAT and the 364 billion rands it collects from corporate income tax. As the Daily Investor puts it, only 645,000 individuals pay half of all income tax in South Africa. However, it gets worse. These individuals are also the ones running the companies which pay the most corporate income tax in South Africa. This means that around 1% of people in South Africa are responsible for most of the tax revenue the state collects. Rampant criminality is a persistent problem across the country. In 2026, in the first 3 months alone, police recorded 5,181 murders. That is an insane number, and doesn't capture the myriad other petty crimes that plague the country. Needless to say, South Africa has a booming private security industry, and every worthwhile community is gated and guarded. There are something like 43,000 rapes reported each year, a figure which is expected to be dramatically underreported, and I doubt that even a vague estimate of the number of muggings and robberies is possible. You will also be familiar with the farm murders that happen in South Africa, which appear to be racially motivated despite what the government says, and are carried out with a level of brutality that it's just difficult to comprehend. I'm not going to cover them here. Corrupt. It is widely distrusted, and the persistent theft from public funds drains public services and grinds infrastructure projects to a halt. Local governments are no less corrupt, and fail to collect revenue or employ competent personnel to maintain their municipalities. The roads, water and sewage systems and power grid all fall into disrepair, and this makes South Africa look as if it's returning to nature. Struggling with the basic amenities of a modern state has been a hallmark of South African life for the past decade. And finally, there is the institutionalized and politically represented issue of anti-white hatred that is embedded in the country's population, democracy, and laws. South Africa is the only country in the world with affirmative action laws for the majority, and recently the Parliament passed a law which allows the government to appropriate land from white people without compensation. You are probably familiar with Julius Malema and the Economic Freedom Fighters, a genocidal race communist party that has 1 million members, and 39 out of
Kill the boy. Shoot to kill. Brr, pa. Brr, pa. Kill the boy. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. That shit gets me every time, bro. It's great. It's awful. It's honestly, it's not funny. I shouldn't even be doing that. But it is a chant, and it's kind of catchy. Kill the white man. Kill the farmer. Kill the poor. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill.
The 400 seats in the National Assembly.
Kichi, kichi, kichima. Simran Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Gamaza.
Shoot to
Kill
kill.
the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa. Attention.
His famous shoot the boa.
Man, he really knows how to work that crowd. He knows how to work a crowd. That wasn't nothing, bro. That was like that guy's preacher level. That guy is downright diabolical. You know, that stuff is catchy. That is how you get people. That is how you get people to do crazy stuff. I mean, yeah, seriously, poor farmers. Shoot to kill. How would you like it if they were saying that about you? You know what I mean? Like, bro, it should send a chill down everybody's spine. So can we make what? Make for them? No, basically, and that's what we're going to get into in the show, man. Let's not get ahead of things, shall we?
Chants are apparently not hate speech, by the way, because he's black. There is clearly a strong undercurrent of racial resentment in a substantial portion of the black population. And liberals can't explain why a segregated community, away from the apparent end-of-history harmony of the Rainbow Nation, has sprung up in a remote desert location, miles from anywhere else. But we can. In his article, Tanner explains what Orania is, how it came to be, and why the people there do what they do. It is an Afrikaners only town in South Africa, which is, of course, against the constitution and founding ethos of South Africa, the modern nation state.
Bro, you see, like, I'm trying to show you guys how to see the chains on us. Like, it takes nuance. It takes understanding. You have to be... Like, I see this stuff. The point is that you guys can see it too. Because, you know, it's like I'm wrong for the first 3 or 4 for a little while until the stuff I was talking about. Like that's like been kind of the story of my life, as it were, but that's why I do this, you know, so that you guys can see these injustices for what they are, because we've grown up being told that they're totally acceptable. You know, like we've grown up in that world. And you don't even notice anything. You know, it's if it seems normal, it doesn't even occur to you that, oh, wait a second, this is, you know, a boot on my neck. And like it's against the law for them for Orania to do this or to do what they're doing. It's against the law for us to have a social club. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand what's going on here? We are under harness, man. They're trying to harness us like draft animals. Straight up, dude, like we're a draft horse toting carts of beer around. And those things, I guess, I mean, and, you know, I wanted to sum up what I said yesterday as with, you know, those social clubs, like I was talking about how they were acted like insurance and a retirement fund. Those social clubs made us into extremely self-sufficient and uncontrollable people, American men, white men. That's what did it. Those social clubs, it was a purse for us to keep our money. That, you know, because once they did Social Security, you know, it didn't, the people's lives didn't change. They were taken care of, whether or not the government did it or not. The difference between the two is that the government gets to hold the money. That's the fucking crux, is that we've just, things used to be spread out. Things used to be democratized or open source, as it were. There wasn't power collected. That's the problem, is we have just poured all the power over our lives into our government. I mean, and those social clubs, they were a thing of action. Nobody can persecute one member of the club, because immediately they have the rest of the club on them and bringing their skills and their knowledge to bear on the situation. You get what I'm saying here? Why this is such a big deal, and why, you know, why things are the way they are. I mean, this is essentially, we handed these people, you know, the gun to steal from us, the gun to force us to do whatever they want us to do. It's so evil. I mean, I think we're due for a change. Due for a change, because it's just gotten so out of hand and ridiculous. You know, where we're outlawed from having a male social club. What the hell? That's insane.
State. The coat of arms of South Africa translates to something like diversity is our strength, and Orania is a strident repudiation of that. But we'll come back to the article a bit later. When you put Orania against the background of incompetent and highly racialized black majority rule, it becomes easy to see why Afrikaners might well want a town of their own that is independent and self-sufficient. They don't want the crime, corruption, violence, and incompetence of the wider country. They want a place that works for them. It's entirely likely that the future of the West will mirror the history of South Africa, and this will become a model for other communities in the future. Already in America and Britain, there are seeds of white-only towns beginning to take root, as mass immigration and demographic displacement create a psychological need for an environment which provides what the native white communities want, rather than our countries being the facsimile of a new frontier for immigrants to colonize.
Seriously.
In South Africa, there are, of course, plenty of towns which have 0 white people in them. You can look at the 2011 census data to find places with 100% black African populations. They tend not to have paved roads and be places of high unemployment, such as Kakawana or Badimong. Nobody complains about the lack of ability for whites to move to such places, of course. Anyway, the videos from the black YouTubers all follow a familiar pattern. They document their arrival, they're surprised at seeing how nice it is, then they spend time...
You know, and part of me, I look back at history, and I think all of this, you know, they tried communism. They tried it in a ham-handed, foolish way, and I think they understand that now. I think we're just being assaulted by the same thing right now. Oh, the Amish, they have it going on. I mean, they were smart. But I think it's all just a redistribution scheme. All of it. You know, like with communism, there was a manifesto and a party, and it was upfront and honest. It said, hey, we want to take your wealth and give it to this person. strikes me that that's a really bad model. And no shit, that didn't work. Of course that didn't work. And the fact that they gave people a choice is the reason why it didn't work. And of course they're like, we're not going to make that mistake again. I mean, and that's what it is. All of these different outlawing men's social clubs, communist, redistribution. And like, think about the world in the 1800s. Where were the successful people? Where were the unsuccessful people? You know, you can see what happens when you can see the cultures that produce, the cultures that have something worth worth loving and hanging on to and valuing. And we've seen what the multicultural stuff does. Doesn't seem to work. It really doesn't. And it's part of me, I feel like they tried to build up these places from outside, colonizing and this and that, and it failed. They can't seem to do it. These people don't pack the gear to do this. Because, you know, there's this ideology that's like assimilationism. Yeah, these black people are bad, but if they would just abandon their disgusting heathen savage culture and take on our culture, everything would be fine. We would be gravy. Everything would be copacetic. And I used to believe that. But it's not true, actually. It actually that's a false ideology. That's not how it works. What the fuck? Hang on, my internet was fucking cutting out there for a second. But the colonizing, it didn't work. It doesn't work. So now they're bringing them into our countries. You get what they tried to bring these people up to speed in their homeland, because you look at the way the world was 200 years ago. You see who had money and the countries that were prosperous and then the countries that weren't. And they're trying to make the countries that aren't prosperous into prosperous countries, but they don't know how to, they haven't been successful so far. So now they're trying another idea to bring them to our country. Maybe, you know, it'll balance out. But I think it has a lot. I think they want the world to be civilized, even if it is, you know, running like shit. There's something, you know, they want capitalists in every country. They want people that are economically viable in every country, that are producing things, producing surpluses, you know, that have goods to trade. You know, like, make no mistake, the world, it is an economy. It's a business. And they see, you know, these businessmen, that's how everybody sees stuff, you know, through the lens of their job, it seems like. And that businessmen and these billionaires, they see everything in the terms of actuarial tables and business logic. Like, to them, a bunch of people wearing loincloths, wearing rags out in the wilderness or out in the Serengeti is wasteful. It's inefficient. The land isn't being used, isn't being raped, and the people aren't being enslaved. And it's like, by hook or by crook, they're gonna, I mean, and it's clear that we are being not only disadvantaged, but we're being harnessed. We're being totally harnessed. Used as, they're using carrots and sticks. But you look at English society, American society back then, and you look at the white population, you see how prosperous the men are. Well, they've simply relieved us of that prosperity. We had a surplus, don't you see? We had more than we needed. So they allocated our surplus for us. That's what's happened. We've had our own labor sold out from under us. Yeah, our women out there too. Our women are just out there just floating around, the women that I would have out there wasting her life. But they don't see it as wasting their life. They see settling down and having kids as wasting their life. I had an epiphany yesterday about the way these modern women see this. And they see their value they see their 20s as their value and their social value. And going on yachts and seeing the world, they think that's what they're supposed to spend that value on. And that, when they're 18, why would an 18-year-old choose to be a stay-at-home mom or be in a house for her 20s when she can go travel the world and get dicked down by Chad and Tyrone? I mean, I didn't realize why they do what they do. Now it makes perfect sense. It makes total sense. That's why they're all traveling and this and that. That's because they can have all their fun. They have men, at their beck and call. They can travel the world, do this, do that. And the point is their youth, their best years are in their 20s. They can't get those back. They can't have kids first and then go back to their 20s for that youth. Like with school, they can always go back to school. They can't do that with their looks, see? So it's not about making money. It's not about achieving things or seeing things or experiencing, traveling and no, it's literally, it's just about spending their social capital on themselves, their good looks being used for themselves, for hedonistic pleasure. That's the currency that they're using to travel the world. That's the currency that and they see motherhood in their 20s. That's a total waste. They can do that at 30. They can do that at 30. Why would they do that? And it's so ass backwards. And I'm starting to realize that, and I think the world is starting to realize that women can't really have a choice in the matter. And they didn't have a choice in the matter ever. And now it's becoming apparent that, oh, I see. They only do this because they have to. Human beings only exist because women can't provide for themselves. Women aren't strong enough to hunt and, so they have to get a man to do it. And they can't get a man unless they have his kids. So when you make it so that a woman doesn't need a man, you're never going to have any more kids. Kids are not going to exist from that point forward. Children of Men, Reality Edition. And that's a sad fact, and it's terrible, but it's like, well, either another human being isn't ever born again, or they take one for the team. Right? I mean, that's kind of what it is, and they kind of have they can't have a choice. And even 50, 60 years ago, they had to get married if they wanted to leave their parents' house, if they wanted to eat, they had to have a husband. That's what kept the species alive, is women's dependence on men. Like, and you never hear it put that way, but that is what it is. Women's dependence on men is what keeps I mean, women being dependent on men, everything is hinged on that. That's the fulcrum. That's literally the crux of the situation. Evolution and life itself, human life, the human experience, hangs in the balance of whether or not women must rely on men for sustenance. As soon as they can, or as soon as they can provide for themselves and they're safe on their own, that's a wrap. That's all she wrote. The kids are just kind of an afterthought. Like, I would have liked to have kids, but meh, yeah. I mean, it's a gut punch, absolutely, but it is reality.
I'm interviewing random people and trying to get them to say something racist. By the end of their visit, they're pleasantly surprised that everyone was so nice, and leave by trying to square the circle of why they ought not to approve of Orania, but can't bring themselves to condemn something that has been built through hard work and a shared commitment. So I thought we'd watch along together about the journey of these black YouTubers. No, they're all separate. Arriving at Orania and how they found it. This is going to be a compilation of clips of them arriving, and we'll talk about their reactions afterwards.
This is very pleasant, isn't it? It's like Center Parks on steroids. There was a big statue.
That is Hendrik Verwoerd, the architect of apartheid.
Yeah.
Bro, like, literally they have everything in here. Wow. I made it to Orania, and believe me or not, this is not the Orania that I was expecting. Because when I got here, I found a country within South Africa.
So all of this is Orania right
What's
here.
funny about that is there's actually a country in South Africa called Lesotho. Like, bro, it's one of the only countries on the planet that has another country inside of it. That's so weird. Yeah, and I just found out that Sargon is a quarter black. He has a black grandparent. Like, I would have never guessed it. I thought the guy was more white than I am, practically.
Wow. Like a real town.
It's not a massive town, but everything is here.
This is giving Amish, guys. It's giving Amish. Secluded.
How does this stupid negress know about the Amish? Oh, just some shitty head shop tobacco. Bought it in a bag. That old chestnut.
But it looks very Afrikaans. Big cars, a Orania flag.
I thought that was cool that they like big cars too. Because I love cigars. But that is totally an American thing too, big cars. And I kind of like that. It's kind of chauvinistic. Like we can have big cars, so we have big cars. My little brother went to Africa about 1.5 years ago. And he went no fear and did it. And he said, he had a great time. And then recounting his stories, I was scared for him. I was like, bro, you can't go again, bro. Like, I want you, like, I'd like to see you again. And what's kind of crazy is growing up, we were so far apart. Me and both my brothers, we never ever got along. Never, not at all. It wasn't until we were all well into our 20s. And there's 10 years difference between my little brother and my older brother. But, being that spread out, like my older brother's 6 years older than me, I could never relate to him. My little brother was 5 years younger than me. I could never relate to him. Like now, I actually, they're like, my best friends, but also like they're there for me. Like I've needed help, like been in trouble or hurt or whatever, and they were there. I never would have expected that either. There's something to be said about that, about that tie, that bond. We didn't have it as kids. We fought like cats.
Doors are just open, no gates. There is a statue of Hendrik Verwoerd, the architect of apartheid. Okay, there's kids. Kids are just walking.
And that seems crazy and out of place to him, but he's not just some random guy. He's the guy. These are the people that knew what time it was before everybody else. When everybody else was thinking, maybe diversity will work, or we could make a lot of money if we do it this way. And then there were some people that said, nah, this is not a good idea. The guy who came up with apartheid, some of the laws that we had in the South, these were people that were ahead of their time. They don't enrich our civilization and our culture. They detract from it. Straight up. And there's only so much culture can do. It doesn't fix what's wrong with them. What's different. And like that's my new thing. These people, they're not less than me. They're just different. I don't need to say the N-word anymore. They're different. They're different. And different is disgusting. Different is less than. Different is death to me, as far as I'm concerned. Everything else, all these other words, racism and this and that, has nothing to do with race. You're fucking different. I don't like you. You're different. Sorry. I mean, straight up, man. It's that simple. Like I'm done with people like, oh, you're a racist, you're this, you're that. No, it has nothing to do with that. I don't like you because you're different. It's not because you're less than, you're different, and I don't like different.
Around. They're kids just walking around, so it's definitely as safe as people think it is.
But this cannot be achieved with these people in our society. They cannot. The two things ne'er shall meet. They'll never meet. And we know this now, that these things, these ideas are mutually exclusive. You can have one or the other. You can have colored people in your society, or you can have a safe society. You can leave your bike in your front yard. Those are the choices, man. And it's like, some of us learn it, some of us only need to, see it once, only need to be scratched by it. And then other people's, they have to be, stabbed to death in the neck by it, or shot in the neck, or whatever. That has to happen before they, before they have a healthy respect for things.
Bicycles is hanging up, not locked. It feels different. It really does feel different. You can feel that.
That is how incompatible they are. Just to being in that environment makes them uncomfortable. Being in an environment where bicycles are out and kids are at play makes them uncomfortable. Getting blocked on YouTube. Why? Why do you say that?
This is not, it's South Africa, but not South Africa.
Excuse me, do you know where the Orania Information Center is?
Just go in.
This is why I'm saying this, man, is and have you guys know that you know, when you hear something you don't like and it you don't even know what you don't like about it. You know, but you're like, it's off-putting, off rip. And you see lefties and people like that where they have that it's like a spite. It's this feeling of resistance where you just have to fight it. You know, it's like when you hear saying, you know, men are this and that, you know, men when they're you know, their exclusion or whatever, you know, when they're saying that a behavior of men is depriving other people of something, it gets my back up. It gets me hot and I get pissed. It exercises me. Absolutely. And you know, when somebody gets when you get exercised, nobody can talk you down. You know what I mean? Like there's no real, it's like once you've had that reaction, that's it. You're never going to come around to it. Well, these, you know, people have that reaction to seeing a community like this. There could be nothing wrong with it, but the fact that there are no black people there, that's it. You know, like there's nothing you can say to make that right, to make that acceptable. People's first instinct, their first feeling is immediately to hate it. And it's not that, and these people, they didn't start these things to deprive, you know, like when you start up a club, it's not to deprive other people of something, is it? You know, it's exclusive, but that's because you have a goal. You have something that you're working towards, most likely. Right? I mean, it has nothing to do with, oh, we're gonna deprive them of this service or this money. It's to benefit the people in the club, correct? That's the same thing with these whites only communities. And it's like, you know, yeah, I'd like to live around people like this so that we can do these things. It's not that you're thinking, yeah, so we can keep those people from, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so people can have, and these communities, they're literally so people get the value from their own labor so that they get to decide what happens to them. It's self-determination, it's sovereignty that these people are concerned with. That's why they did this, moved out there and built their own community. Because it's not achievable in the normal society. It's not possible. But you know, all these bitter and resentful people, they can't make this happen. Black people, you know, colored people, they cannot make this happen. So they're always going to live how the world is today. But you know, white people, they're different and they can achieve this by themselves. They would rather nobody get to be happy. Nobody gets to live this way if they don't get to live this way. That's what they're saying to us when they say no, diversity is our strength. No, you can't do that because you might be happy and we might have to watch you be happy.
Hey, you can ask, are you here to see you?
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Everyone's nice, bro. Everyone's saying hello. People are helping me. I can't lie. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
What a remarkable compilation of arrivals there. Oh, they seem to have everything. This is a very nice looking town. It looks like it's flourishing. There are children running around, just playing and doing whatever they're doing. with no particular reason for them to feel afraid. People are even leaving their bicycles outside unlocked, and nobody is stealing them. Here's the architect of apartheid. All I'm saying is if you're marrying these things together, it might send a message. Maybe you don't need to have everything locked down. Seems to be the message that the...
And you know, you ever, like, in the lob or the crab pot sort of way, because that's one human mode of living is, you know, bitterness and resentment, so that nobody can escape, nobody can move on or achieve anything or be happy, be content, be satisfied. And you know, like it really chaps people's ass when when their neighbor is doing better than them, right? People don't want to see that. Like, they're jealous, but they won't say anything. You know, they won't let you know that they're jealous unless they can stop you from doing what you're doing. Unless they have an excuse for why you're doing what you're doing, or an excuse that, like, what we're doing has been, or what they're doing has been made illegal. For the most part, it's been made illegal. So they don't have to watch us flourish. We're not allowed to flourish. We're not allowed to flourish without coloreds. If we want to flourish, they have to be included. And we all know that that's impossible. You cannot achieve that. Those people, this mode of living, only some people can live that way. And that's why that stupid fence meme, the fence picture, that's why that is so galling. Because they can't produce that society. They can't see over the fence. We can. We can produce that kind of a society. We can live like that. They can't. So what is the answer to that? It's not to just allow it. No. They can't just allow it. They have to either force us to include them, or we can't have it at all. I mean, it's the same thing as the box under the person. This guy, the tall guy there, he's able to build a beautiful society. He's able to get along with his neighbors. This guy isn't. He can't get along with anybody. He can't seem to put in an honest day's work. He doesn't know how to handle money. The box is literally the state. Literally this. And really, this is kind of a lousy representation of it, because it makes it seem like it's it's not at this guy's expense. But what's crazy is, like, maybe this is true. Maybe this is more realistic. Equality, you know, and this is the government still. But this right here is horseshit. Absolutely garbage. And if this was a representation of what's going on, like, you know, that the government, that who's paying for the box? It's the guy, it's the guy who can see over the fence. Not only that, but why would the guy that can see over the fence have a box? How stupid. What a dumbass graphic this is. Like, you know, it just occurred to me, but like, and this is at this guy's expense. Really, it's almost as if they cut his legs off and gave the midget his legs. Like that, and that's the only way that these people can they can only and also another thing about this graphic, it's like we have a great society. We're the people inside the ballpark. It's and this whole picture, it's supposed to have a third one where the stupid thing is missing. Yeah, liberation at the end, where it's all missing basically. The fence. That's more like what we like. They're bringing them into our country. It's kind of prescient and crazy how that's legitimately what they're doing. You know, we're playing a game here, and they used to be locked out, and now that was knocked down, they've walked right. But either way, really, it's an imperfect representation because we're being enslaved or being used as a draft animal. But you look at it in history, you see Europeans and you see the lavish wealth they had and everything they achieved. We would have that too. Nothing has changed. What has changed is they have sneakily stolen all that wealth, and it makes us seem average. We're like almost being gaslit about thank you, brother. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm welcome in your house. That's very cool. Thank you for participating. Caught me off guard there. But yeah, they're not content with just benefiting indirectly from our society. Like they benefited from our societies even if they didn't live in them. Like they have cell phones today. You see what I'm saying? They have a lot of things today that they got because of our society that they never would have ever had if it wasn't for the success of our society. But it's like that's not good enough, though, actually. It's as if it's just not tolerable that there's inequality. It doesn't matter if we're willing. It's like the way it used to be was we weren't just disadvantaged and stolen from. People made a lot of money and then they donated. They charitably gave money. And those people benefited. But we had agency, sovereignty. We got to decide how much money they got. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that way anymore. And now they scrapped all that. No, we're not going to let you be the master of your own destiny. No, we need that. We need your labor. We need your labor to secure these votes. I mean, that's how it seemed. Like they're leveraging us and our contributions to win votes. Using what we produce to entice people to come steal, basically steal citizenship in trade in a bargain for their vote. And it's like that with everything. They're leveraging us as a workforce, as a society, as a civilization to stay in power.
These arrivals are giving us. But why does it have to be the other way? Why is it that bikes are getting stolen all the time? Why is it that kids aren't safe to play in the streets? Why is it that the rest of the country doesn't look like this? Why is it that somebody isn't taking responsibility for the country that they have created after the fall of apartheid? Why is it that Irania has to exist separately for it to be a nice place? What I found really interesting about this is that the black YouTubers themselves...
You know, I think everybody can agree that that is a shame. It's a shame that they don't pack the gear. That this standard they can't reach. It's, you know, we set the standard. We can achieve a hell of a lot. But, you know, not as long as they're around. And I wish it weren't so. I wish it wasn't that way. You know, but it is that way. But what they're doing now is punishing us just because things are the way they are, punishing us for because of reality. It's like, it's so galling. Like, I can't even believe that this is the world we live in.
Felt like aliens when going into Irania. Now, that's not terribly surprising, but they had a very conscious feeling of being the only black in the village.
Jesus greeted me. Everyone's waving. Everyone is waving. Okay, that's confusing.
Are you nervous to go there and be the only black person in Oranje?
Nervous is not the word. I think uncomfortable. But everyone has been telling me, stay safe, stay safe. I'm not scared at all. I've been in crazy places before, so I don't feel unsafe, but I feel it's going to be different and uncomfortable. And I love.
Well, you know, and it's crazy too is why do, you know, it's funny. Black people, they have been sold this image of white people as all KKK members, as all Klan members, as all neo-Nazis. Like, that's how whacked out this propaganda is, that white people, that we're like black people, basically. That's how we think, when it's in reality, all these people wave and they're like kind of, you know, happy to see people, different people, like, you know, happy to have them, you know, around for a day or two, you know, just to kind of show off their neighborhood. But like, as like, you know, angry, venomous, like, and what's crazy is that racism, it almost implies that you're frothing at the mouth, you're foaming at, you're so ignorant, you're such a bigot, you're ignorant, you have you know, terrible opinions, you have caricatured ideas of what it means to be a colored person. But it couldn't be further from the truth. Couldn't be further from the truth. And they all know it. Nobody feels like scared or fearing for their safety when they're in a gated white community. Like, you feel that way when you're in the ghetto, but you don't feel that way when you're in civilization, as it were.
Today is actually my first day waking up from Oranje, and it was such a peaceful night, but it's kind of crazy to know that I'm the only black man in here. I mean, it's so crazy knowing that you just woke up in a white only town.
Why?
Yeah, I probably haven't told you this, but
historically, that's the way the world was. The world was only black villages and white cities. Black villages, black hamlets, white cities. Right? Can you believe it that these bigots are allowed to participate in this bigotry? They're allowed to evangelize and show the world how bigoted they are, how evil they are. I mean, it's truly despicable.
Since I've been here, I definitely have felt uneasy. I don't feel comfortable here. And I want to.
I'd be very surprised if you did feel comfortable here with the history this place has. being the only black guy in town.
So the question of race is still very much omnipresent in Irania, and this is not just from the black YouTubers themselves, but of course, as you saw there, from the people who live there. They're well aware of what South Africa is, and well aware that they are flouting the conventions of South Africa. But in order to have a place where they don't have to lock up their bicycles, that's what they feel they have to do. What's really interesting is one of these YouTubers pointed out that they went to South America and found a black-only town there, and the people in this black-only town explained why it was a black-only town and why white people weren't allowed to go there. And you're going to be shocked to learn it's the opposite reason of why there are only Afrikaner people living in Irania. As we see from the black YouTubers, they didn't feel threatened by anyone in Irania. In fact, everyone was really, really nice to them, and they found it a bit jarring that everyone is so peaceful, polite, and welcoming.
So recently I found myself in South America on a project of connecting Africans in the diaspora with Africans living in Africa. So I found myself in Suriname, and I came across this village called Dahomey. And within Dahomey, no white person is allowed in this village. So out of curiosity, I was like, you know what? I need to go find out why no white person is allowed. I was told that no white people are allowed in this village. Is that true?
Do ya?
Why?
The spirit that they have here is a warrior spirit who fought against the European in the slavery time. And every time that the warrior spirit see white people, he get aggressive, so they want to fight. That's why they don't allow white
You don't say.
people to come here.
What will happen if a white person comes here?
Death.
Right, that's a really interesting contrast, isn't it? You've got a black-only town where they don't allow white people because they will murder them on sight, because apparently they have a warrior spirit and can't control themselves. And you have a white-only town where they don't want to get murdered and would actually like to have a peaceful, productive, wholesome life. I just found that really, really interesting, that this dramatic difference in mindset existed between these two groups. I mean, if I was a cynical man, I might say that maybe one of these mindsets is informing the other. So all of these YouTubers ask the people of Irania, okay, well, what's this all about? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? What's the purpose of Irania? And the people who live and run Irania are more than happy to tell them.
That is the place where Afrikaners live. There, Afrikaners are a majority. And unfortunately, it's as simple as Afrikaners do not really have a home somewhere.
Right.
Instead of complaining or instead of being victims of the realities, we decided in Irania we are going to roll up our sleeves and build it ourselves.
Why do people come here?
For hope, and I think for safety as well. People want services that work. South Africa is ridden with corruption and crime. I'm not even going to lie about it. A lot of my customers, they don't even have running water. Things are not maintained. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And you feel that Irania is the answer?
I mean, Irania is the town for us to have our Afrikaner culture and to be able to live it out.
What we want, we already got to an extent. We want recognition. We want recognition from abroad, we want recognition locally, and we want recognition from our peers. That is to say, firstly, those people are a people upon themselves, and this, they have the right to make certain decisions for themselves. That is what we want. We don't want people's money, we don't want people's handouts. We as Urania want larger recognition, greater recognition. And I think that is not too much to ask. Actually, I think that's very reasonable.
And really, that does seem reasonable, doesn't it? It does. It's hard to imagine why a people who are only 4% of the population of South Africa and are living under a series of racialized laws and are treated generally as, essentially, with a historic guilt about what they, or their forefathers, did to the majority of the country, how they can move forward into the future and thrive and prosper on their own terms. This seems like a perfectly reasonable way of actually making that happen. And what's also interesting is they don't portray Orania as some sort of paradise. They're the first to tell you, oh no, we have problems here. We are just like every other town everywhere else. It is just these are our own problems and not problems that the wider world has imposed on us.
People tend to describe Orania as the land of milk and honey. No crime, there's no crime, there's no potholes in Orania. That's not true. We do have our challenges. And we are people. Where you have people, you will find crime. And then there were some criminals in the past who were kicked out of Orania. However, I will say this, in stark contrast to many other South African cities, you will find in Orania cleaner streets, a safer environment, and that is due to three different things, I would say. Firstly, our vetting process. Secondly, professional, anti-corrupt or not corrupt establishment, professional people working establishment that is not corrupt. And then thirdly is our homogenous cultural community. We are here for the same goal, so we don't want to be a hassle for each other, be to each other's detriment there.
And again, it just seems really hard to be able to argue against that, doesn't it? You have to bring in abstract, very remote, liberal arguments of diversity, multiculturalism, in order to make the argument that no, actually, they shouldn't be allowed their own community. They're not their own people. They shouldn't be allowed their own community. And in fact, the things that they have built with their own hands somehow belong to everyone else. And it becomes very clear that this is the purpose of Orania for them.
And this is the purpose of everything else, is to take from us. That's what it's all about. Oh, what you, oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, if you want. They'll be known. You're right. Didn't occur to me. And I'm not sure. You're right. Yeah, I'm not sure who's in here. But the whole point of all this is to stop us from reaping the fruits of our labor. Look what these people could do by themselves. They didn't need like black people in America. Oh, we built this country. We built this country. You want to bet? You want to bet, asshole? Everything you touch turns to shit. Okay? Like, certainly not. You couldn't build a civilization if we gave you all the money in the world. You couldn't do it. And this stuff proves it. So we can't be allowed to do that because we'll do that. If we're allowed to go start these places and achieve this level of prosperity, these people, it will be a blow it would be a major blow, because these people have been told how special they are. Oh, no, hell yeah. They've been told how special they are, and how they've built everything. They've helped us build everything, and this and that, and they're responsible for some portion of it. And it's just obviously false. It's absolutely not true.
It is a place where they can have self-determination in an immediate sense, rather than, a much more abstract national sense. They want self-determination in their daily lives, and they want
hell yeah, thank you,
autonomy
Apophis.
To whatever degree they can get
Very cool.
but also independence from the failing infrastructure of South Africa. They want a place that works for them, and this is why they've got a massive solar farm, as we'll see.
What is the main reason why you establish your own?
And that's, to me, that's one positive that I can pull from watching all this, is at least I know, if we had to, we could recreate the society we have. This isn't a fluke. You know what I'm saying? We could, let's say things get really bad. Well, there's a lot of unproductive, unused land out there. A lot. And we would get along just fine. And at some point, the great noticer, nice. That's a cool name. But at some point, we'll end up having to do this on a big scale. You know what has happened in history is a good. It's basically just the macro version or at scale. But look at what happened in history. A lot of countries did really good, and a lot did really bad. You know, in America and England did the best. We did the best. But that had to be equalized. I was almost going to name this stream the Great Equalization because that's what it has been. Essentially, that is what has been done to us. We've been equalized. Our edge, our successful habits, our successful way of life has been diluted. Diluted so those people can participate. And all of the struggles that we've had in our lives, you know, and not, you know, chopping, but no chips are flying. We work, you don't get anywhere. I mean, kind of seems obvious why that is the case. We're being, you know, gaslit and wrung out. We've got parasites. We're being leached off of, mooched.
Solar farm, knowing that you live within South Africa.
The main reasons for Orania is we want to be, from the start of Orania, we wanted to be independent on many levels. And one level is energy. Our energy, if you're not independent, you're not free.
So firstly, because of the fact that we're saying we as a culture, no one is coming to save us, no one is going to build a future for us. What we want to build, we'll have to roll up our sleeves and build ourselves.
Basically, what they're trying to have this society and do it in such a way as to defy attack, as to defy calls of racism or accusations of racism. They're not asking their society for anything. They're not even asking the society for power. You know what I'm saying? And that's a big deal. That's it. It's not a coincidence. I've been saying that a lot, that they have their own power. They're trying to say, hey, this is what we want. We can achieve this on our own. We're not asking you all for anything, so don't ask us for anything. And honestly, these experiments like Orania is just to see if the world will tolerate us being successful. Will they even allow it, or will they write laws to subjugate, suppress us and subjugate us?
And secondly, the fact that we do our own work is also represented in that.
You know, because people that are self-sufficient like this, you can't tell them what to do. You can't tell them what to do. They make their own decisions. You can tell us what to do, but you can't tell these people what to do.
Our goal, our mission here is to preserve our culture, to build something for our culture, to preserve our religion. The question, why can't a black person come here, is not the right question. It's more a question like a marriage between two people. It's an exclusive affair. Doesn't mean you're against anyone else.
No, my internet. I don't know what's up with it tonight. Hang on.
You take your wife. She's important to you.
Yep.
Or and in your wedding, in your marriage, you're exclusive. Doesn't mean it's not built on hate. It's built on love for our culture. We want to preserve our culture. We want to preserve our traditions, our faith, our language. These are the things that we want to preserve.
It's hard to frame that in a way that's unreasonable unless you feel somehow entitled to.
Yeah, and these people do feel entitled to the fruits of our labor. It's like, yeah, if they don't get to enjoy all, us building a beautiful, shiny society, and then we're not allowed to build it if they don't get to enjoy it too. That's how it seems.
The fruits of someone else's labor. They are actually building it manually themselves. They are not taking government money. They are raising the capital themselves. They are taking the risks themselves. They are actually investing and doing the labor themselves. So actually it gives them the strongest possible argument that no,
they're not hiring black people to do their gardening or washing their house or cleaning the inside of their house. They're doing it all themselves. By design, I would imagine.
This is for us and not for everyone else. What a great example to the rest of us, frankly. And the thing is, after having watched so many videos of YouTubers going to Orania, I've heard them explain this in many different ways over the spread of what I've watched. But it's always the same theme. It's always, look, we just want to be independent, self-sufficient. This is the way that we think life is best lived, and we would like to live it. And so what they did is bought a patch of desert that the South African government was selling because it was completely unproductive and it was being squatted on, and they turned it into something that everyone seems to be quite jealous of. In fact, one of the things that has been really funny about this is clearly they get a lot of YouTube.
And like these people, they purposely grabbed a piece of land that they were giving away, basically. That they couldn't give this land away. And it's just so that nobody else can tell them that it's wrong or that they've wronged somebody. They can't call them racists or ex-slave holders because they have no right to any of the fruits of those people's labor.
YouTubers going to Orania, and in fact they start seem tired of getting so many YouTubers going there.
The guy who's supposed to be giving us a tour said that he's tired of YouTubers and he went to go speak with the media people. So let's go see.
So Orania is not just a place, it's an idea. It's kind of like Zionism for Afrikaners. And the leader of the movement is a guy called Dr. Karol Boshoff. And there are plenty of interviews with him where he explains just the philosophy behind Orania. And it is in objection to the modern homogenizing concept of the nation state. Because as they keep pointing out, well, if we can't have our separate identities, then surely we can't actually have diversity.
I would argue that this community called the Afrikaners has the need and the right to have a home as well.
And where I'm going to is, this place scares me, right? I always worry when Afrikaner...
Why does it scare him? And I get the feeling that it scares him because he doesn't it's not controllable. Like there's something scary about a man, like Jack Nicholson said in Easy Rider. There's something about a free man, a truly free man, that scares the shit out of people. It's true. And I think that's what they see when they look here, and they see peaceful, prosperous, and that scares them. And the fact that, they don't have any claim to it, no right to claim it.
Let's talk about...
No shit, Chile.
A homeland.
Sure, they vetted them.
I don't know whether we can trust you.
Yeah.
Do you want to see South Africa that's together? That's one nation.
In one nation, the moment we are entering on this modernist concept of national unity, especially in terms of a multicultural population, we are entering into the domain of social engineering.
But it works in other countries. I live in the UK. It's very multicultural.
Oh yeah, what a brilliant example to bring up. Britain, that currently has race riots whenever a foreigner commits a mass atrocity.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think Britain is actually a great example because the British people never wanted immigration. We never voted for it. It's been imposed upon us. And at the moment, this is the massive rift in British politics. How we can reduce the number of foreigners in the country. But yeah, no, Britain's a brilliant example of this. But anyway, Of course, over and over and over, the question is asked, is Orania racist? Well, the people of Orania don't think so. They think it's actually completely normal for them to be a discrete people, a separate people, and actually build a town of their own. And again, I find myself not really being able to disagree with that.
The Orania model is a model of cultural preservation.
You know, we live like a really, really radical way of life. There are no gender roles in anything. We, men and women, are trained to be the exact same thing, and we're taught to ignore and pretend that stuff doesn't matter. You know, like if when you think about it, was there any divergence between what you were told and what women were told? Like minor detail stuff, and even that stuff, I don't really recall all that much of it. But we live in this cookie cutter modern, this fascinating modern age we live in, where it's like the goal is to turn out people that are all the same. You know, like that. There's no variability. It doesn't matter what the person looks like. You get the same shitty, you know, NPC moron normie. And that and we don't even realize how boxed and packaged we are. We are just a product basically. And all of this multi-culti shit is just in pursuit of that end, pursuit of having a one size fits all a design, a one size fits all human life, one size fits all human personality, human sentiments. There's no feminine sentiments, there are no masculine sentiments. The great equalizing. It's just been like a big destroying of all human flavor. Like all the variability and all the vibrant diversity of people and women and men and children. It's all been condensed. It's all been, you know, stripped down to this one, you know, we're like a one economic unit kind of a thing. It's diabolical, man. Life was not meant to be this flavorless. Yeah, it's always been a struggle, but at least before it had flavor and it had, you know, genuine feelings and genuine relationships and stuff. Like, you know, women were different than men, and they behaved different, and the rules were different for them. Like not just a little different, like all the way different. It's like a different life, totally. And now it's all the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, you pursue basically the exact same thing, the same style of life, to be a 9-to-5 worker drone.
And that is not racist. So you might disagree with me, but my personal belief, my honest belief, is that the Orania model is not racist at all. It is, however, a model to preserve something that we hold dear and to create a future where we can live our values, our religion, our language, and share.
The problem is they want to, they told us to move on. That way of life is dead. We're not allowed to have that anymore. You know, it's just like when a new model comes out of something that you own and they do the planned obsolescence, or they come out with a new one so you can't have the old one anymore. No, you know, they don't want to hear you complaining. There's no going back. And they have the temerity because, they have to get rid of all of them, or else other people will be like, well, hey, why are they allowed to do it? And they're trying to get rid of even other, other cultures, African culture, Asian culture, European. They're just trying to get rid of it all and get us to this one common, everybody on the planet has the same template of a life, and it's all interchangeable. It doesn't matter where you live, you can always be a doctor. That way we can just become one world government with one idea, one life. Everybody experiences the same earth, the same reality. What's up, Goldie? Well, yeah, of course it pisses you off, and it pisses everybody off. Well, and that's what we've been living through for the last 100 years. We're being forced to abandon the old, it's a end of life, end of service. They're not repairing or servicing the old models anymore. We're not allowed to have wives. We have partners now. You see what I'm getting at here? This is an equalization of the human race. It's disgusting. To me, it's the least desirable of all situations. Literally the least desirable. It's the least desirable for the average human, especially the average white male. He gets the least. The average white male gets more out of life when it's wilderness. The average white male gets a more satisfying and contempt life out of wilderness. Yeah, they have to work for it, but at least nobody is taking it so that somebody else doesn't have to work for it. I would rather work for everything than to live here and have to pay for somebody else to have 10 kids. Have to pay for somebody else raising criminals to shoot other people's kids. I don't want to raise colored people. I don't want to pay for colored little eggplants to grow up big and strong so they can shoot and kill little blonde girls. I don't like that. I'm not into that. I'm not into being a slave, being a draft animal, a draft horse, and pulling the cart. No. Fuck you and your cart. Fuck you and your fucking cart, bitch. I'm not fucking pulling it.
Our culture.
Who are the people that are not allowed in here?
Well, Afrikaners live here. Afrikaners live here. Afrikaners who embrace the idea of own labor, who embrace our freedom ideals. This is who lives here.
What we are doing is not.
And people, they can't stand the idea of white people, Afrikaans, are earning their own money. Doing everything for themselves. They would rather take that from him. It's not like he's taking out of somebody else's. They have a problem with white people going out into the wilderness and chopping their own wood and living their own life. They have a real problem with this. It's not that you're doing something, physically that they have a problem with. It's that you're living your life without paying the toll. You're living the life without helping pull the horse or pull the cart. And that's a problem. They don't care that you're not making trouble. They don't care that you're not taxing the system. You know, this is the kind of thing where it's like you have to pay a fine, or you have to pay to get like a license to do this, or they won't leave you alone. And I'm sure they'll do that. They'll give you a penalty or a license. That way they can, that way, you're not flouting the system and you're paying your toll. You're paying so that black people, so that eggplant can go to the, go to school, so that an eggplant can learn their multiplication table, so that they can, honestly count and remember how many victims, how many murder victims, how many burglary victims they have throughout their whole life. And that's what they'll do. They'll either make it outright impossible, or they'll make it so that it's just like with the mafia and stuff. You can't be, if the mafia, like, they're not going to, like, you have to pay the toll, you have to pay the piper, you have to pony up. They don't care that you make money, but you can't make all that money and them not get a piece. Like, I remember that movie, The American Gangster, with Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe, where he's selling dope in Harlem. They couldn't let it happen. Like, he was making so much money, and they couldn't allow that. It was like it was a slight. It was messed with their reputation and stuff. You can't do this unless we get something. Unless you make like, this situation has to change unless you make it so that we benefit enough. That we benefit as much. That's the only way that, like, and that's basically the deal that we have right now. We're not allowed to have white-only societies. We're not allowed to do anything without diversity, and diversity is the toll. You're not allowed to succeed and enjoy your life unless black people can, eggplants and coloreds can do it with you. Eggplants and grape leaves, freaking goat's head. Some weird falafel, some pita. But these people, they're absolutely the toll. And they don't tax us, they just make us work with them at jobs where they don't do shit and you do all the work. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when they've reoriented society so that we don't see the tolls. We don't realize when we're being bent over a barrel and raped. We don't realize it because they've oriented all the institutions, all this society, so that it just seems, of course, just seems normal. But it's not. Like, we get taxed to death, we get fined to death. And you can, like, just the fact that, like, nobody, no Gen Zers, very few millennial, like, they don't have houses. People in their 30s don't have houses. And everything is, like, people aren't hitting those cultural milestones yet because they've relieved us of the fruits of our labor. They've relieved us of them. We don't need all that money. Other races need that money.
Defining the exclusion. Okay. We are defining the inclusion. We are defining those matters that attract people to Irania. There's nowhere
think
in
about
our
this,
statute
though.
something.
This is, like, think about it in just like a small, small example. Like, this is what's going on here is, like, you're not allowed to form a baseball team, or you're not allowed to have a study group. That's what's going on here. Like, I'll bring it down to earth for you. You're not allowed to form a study group at school. Might be unfair. Some of the other kids might fall behind. It's not fair that you guys are hogging all your own productive capacity. You need to spread that around. So yeah, you three are not allowed to form a study group. No, it needs to be one of you per study group. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, bring it down to earth so it's a little bit more digestible, but it's something as small as that, not being able to form a band or a bowling team. Like, that's a good way to put it. We're outlawed from forming a bowling team because that's what this Orania is. It's at scale though. And okay, we are basically banned from having a bowling team, an all-white bowling team. Like, we're not even allowed that. We don't have any rights. They've all been legislated away. And these this freedom of association, that's what this is. This is freedom of association. Freedom to decide who your kids hang out with and who they interact with, who you live around, who's in your community. We don't have that right anymore. Eggplant and Arabs and everybody else, they have that right, not us. It's too unfair. It's not fair for us to have so much while everybody else has so little. It's not fair if one group flourishes, not to the expense of everybody else, but just that it's not fair that one group should be able to produce so much, should be able to work and be so productive and not share that productivity. In the old way they used to do communism, at least it was honest. At least it was honest and upfront. Yeah, Ross P. Rott.
That attract people to Orania. There's nowhere in our statute something that say because, or if you are black, or if you are Muslim, or if you are this or that. We have been sort of defined quite clearly. The perception is that we try to keep other people out. Wow, can we not address that perception?
You try to bring people in?
We try to yeah, exactly.
For us, the future is this guy. He's getting ready to work. He's rolling up his sleeves because he must work. He understands that no one is going to...
If this is wrong, this Orania's wrong, then it's wrong for somebody to, have a white, to prefer a white woman, basically. Like, because what is outlawed, the way that they basically outlaw these community, and when you think about it, like, if you started a club, how is that? That's not hurting anybody. We're being told our whole lives, racism is bad. Racism, and a lot of this diversity, it has this constellation of like words that are like exclusive. Exclusivity is violence. You're injuring people if you're being exclusive. That's injuring other people. Apparently, it's against the law. It's against the law. So, and if it's against the law at a larger level, it's against the law at the lower. I mean, it just blows my mind. It's not hurting anybody. It's not really even affecting anybody. But it's just flat out not acceptable in modern world. The modern world it's spoken basically. Like, yeah, it's not right. If you guys are excluding people, you're not allowed to achieve that much and not allow other people to have, you have to spread that around. And with money. It's the same with money. It's the same with safety. Anything, that other people are jealous of or other people want. Whether or not they can achieve it for themselves is irrelevant, apparently. We're not, and that's what this is. This is a repudiation of our Constitution, saying, oh, that we have the right of, it's a God-given right for freedom of association. Well, obviously not. Obviously, it can be taken away from people. And they try to, we don't have sovereignty or self-determination. We can't even get together and focus on each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is such a basic human right. This is such a basic thing that really, if it's wrong for them, and you can see that the world, society, modern society, it struggles with this Orania because they're not doing anything. They're not hurting anybody. And they're not taking anything from anybody. They're not taking resources from the country, the nation. So nobody is paying for this. But you see, it's on the news and stuff. Society is on the edge. It's on the edge of taking this away. Man, we give so much charity. Doesn't matter. But it's like that you have to pay the toll. You can't have nice things. Or you can't have what your own effort provides. Because other people, they don't provide, they're not as smart, they're not as hardworking. They can't achieve those things. Sure, you can, but we're not going to allow that because they can't. It really is. There's this, the human culture is about suppression and redistribution. And it's getting so that there's no corner of the earth. A man isn't free as long as he's alive on earth. And it's not even close to being free in America. The founding fathers, they were free.
Create your future for you. If you are scared about
All right, real quick, before I keep going, if you're getting something out of this, smash that like button. It actually matters for the algorithm, costs you nothing. If you're not subscribed yet, please hit subscribe, ring the bell so you actually see when I go live. And if this is hitting for you, share it. Send it to one person who needs to hear it. I'm also live on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. YouTube. So if YouTube ever decides to do their thing, you can always find me elsewhere, and you can catch me on X at Night Scotsman. Also, swing by my Facebook page, JT Blain. It'd be awesome if you could follow me there. I'm still not at 100 subs yet, but I'll get there. Yeah, I just had to record it because saying that stuff, it throws me off, man. It really does. It will totally... Any sort of thought I was on totally destroys it. So I just figured I'd do it that way. And it gives me a second to kind of look at my phone or whatever.
the future, and Afrikaners might be scared about the future. Take control of it. I told you I'll give you a bit of a bird's eye view. You got the community all over there.
Yeah.
Then you have the main part of town here.
Yeah.
And you can see the trees. Over here you've got a church, you've got Orania's bank over there.
I'm very amazed at this place. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
And to put more perspective on this thing that you said about, the common perception of just racism and so on, it brings back to the fact that Orania is inherently a model. This is our place, but we want to share the idea further so that more people can embrace that.
While South Africa just descends into chaos, I gotta admit and put my hands up to it, this place seems to be thriving. It's doing all right, and that's good for people like Marley and her family.
But there is something that just bothers me. Anywhere else in the world, and this might seem strange, but anywhere else in the world where there's this gathering of an all-white community, I don't think I would be as bothered about it as I am when it's in South Africa.
First of all, when I first got here, I talked about how before I came, everyone was saying, oh, I was gonna die, this is racism, it's a white-only town, you're getting this, that. But then I come here and everyone's very nice. Why is there a misconception online about this place being a racist town? Why is that?
Once the media established...
Why is it that being a racist town even matters? How is that a problem? Like, and that's society trying to find a way to tell everybody else that this is bad. That what they're doing here is bad. You know, but and nobody, not even Eggplant themselves, think it's bad when they experience it. But our world, our society insists that it is bad. And they don't care about reality. And this is another instance of it. Reality doesn't matter to them. And they live in spite of reality. They're constantly fighting against reality. And that's why, like the term racism is a neat little term for them. It's a really useful term. They can make all these people that are God-fearing people and hardworking people, make them out to be monsters. And make these people out to be bunny rabbits, little bunnies, soft, gentle bunnies. But really, they're like the monster from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, but they're supposed to be these gentle, wonderful, intelligent, understanding, compassionate, empathetic human beings that come from the dark continent.
The narrative. Normal, average man on the street have no other source of information than what was set out.
So you're trying to say that basically the media has manipulated the mass?
It's always been the case, not only on Iran.
That's true. That is true.
And my God, isn't that true? It's one of the reasons I'm making this video now. But what I find really, really interesting about this is there is not only I think their narratives about how, look, we just want our own thing where we can be ourselves authentically, preserve our culture, preserve our way of life, preserve our language and our heritage and our religion and our ideals of freedom. And we would just like to be left alone to build something that we have lawfully purchased with our own money and with our own time and labor. It's really hard to argue against that. And the YouTube...
And yet they do. They still try to argue against it. They still try to smear and slander and destroy. Like I said before, at first they live in spite of reality, but it's like they are trying to bring about a reality. And you succeeding this way by yourselves without colors, without other cultures, is it's a rock in the shoe or an eyelash in the eye of modern society. There's social engineering going on. And this right here flies in the face of that. So they can't allow it. They're trying to make us into the new humans where there are no women, there are no men, and there are no better people or better cultures. We're all equalized. We're all equal. No, none of us are better than the other. None of us fear the other. Basically, we're told to ignore what we see, ignore what we feel. We're told to accept that, a portion of our labor is going so that other people that don't have, either can't or don't produce as much or don't. Like, yeah, we're just being dragged down. I mean, that's what's going on in America. And they're dragging us. We're not having the kids. It's like when we say they say great replacement, it's because we're not having kids. And, they are it's disgusting, evil human beings, bean counting pieces of shit. But they make projections and predictions every year, economic predictions. And their predictions said we were supposed to have more babies. And they've made bets and they've bought stocks and they've made decisions. They have bet money on the fact that there was going to be this certain amount of people in this country. And we haven't, we haven't met their standard. We didn't continue the standard of the baby boom. So now our punishment for this, for not being good subjects, is that we're having to share our country with people that are unfit to live with, savage animals.
YouTubers who are going there are also having a really difficult time arguing against that, but they can feel that there is a sense of exclusion. They are not welcome. Now, just to be clear, I'm not welcome there either. Like, I can't live in Orania. I'm not Afrikaans. It is not just about having white skin. It is also actually directly about being descended from the Dutch settlers who went to the Cape of Good Hope in the 1600s. It's not about being a certain colour. It's about having a certain lineage. And that, leaves out a lot of people. And they really don't like it.
So we agree that being Afrikaner is not just your race, right?
Absolutely.
So if you and your wife had adopted a black...
Absolutely there, Robert. They love having these people because they can take our shit in the name of them, in the name of giving them money. And then once they give them the money, they will buy all of the poisons and useless widgets and guns to shoot each other with. They will be a mindless subhuman consumer. And that suits them right down to the ground. They love that because not only does it give them power over us, it gives them a profit. They have a profit to be made. And the power over us. That's what everything is about. Everything. All of it. It is literally over control, over us, over you. It's about getting you to pull the cart. I mean, truly. You're a draft horse. Maybe you're a little bit of a wayward draft horse. Maybe you struggle against the bit. And they have to whip you a few times, but you're going to learn the lesson and you're going to shut up and do what you're told. Like a good little draft horse, good little ass, little donkey. Burro. A burro. Burro. I love that word, a burro. But that's what it is, man. It's about control over us. Everything is about control. And I'm starting to realize that there's not one aspect of society, of our lives. And the crazy thing is, it used to be they controlled us to make sure that we did our duty and produced children. And like now it doesn't even include the children. Now they just want us to work, eat, and die. You need to work, you need to eat, you need to die, or you need to work, you need to consume, and then you need to die. Preferably, you know, with as little maintenance as possible, as little health trouble, and they just want to collect their money and be done with you. Typical landlord.
Child, and you raised this black child as an Afrikaner from eendag until he's 21. Technically, is that kid not Afrikaans? Because you speak about culture.
Yeah.
Why is it they can't stand that they're not allowed? That it's exclusive. It's like they start waffling and equivocating and trying to square the circle. But are you like, it's not just the cut. Like it really upsets people that a black person, they will not allow them in. They start trying to make up hypotheticals because they've been told all this garbage from our society, our cultural mouthpieces.
Yeah. Culturally, he should be Afrikaans. Would he be welcome into the town?
Hypothetically, it is exactly true, and hypothetically, yes. But we need to address that question when we meet it concretely. So the reality is the test.
Isn't it fascinating that you can't just take no for an answer on this? No, you are not allowed your particular thing where nobody else other than your own people are allowed to live there. Like I said, I can't go and live in Orania, but I haven't got any problem whatsoever with not being included in their project. In fact, I'm glad they've got their own little project, and I hope they do really, really well. I don't need to create esoteric hypotheticals to try and explain how an English kid might end up living in Orania. Why would I need to do this? And I think this is what the nub of the issue is. It is the exclusionary nature of the thing. Because, of course, if you're going to set boundaries on, okay...
Why is the exclusion such a transgression? Why is it so hateful to them? Why is it so contemptible? What is it exactly that makes this so utterly unacceptable? Because these people aren't asking for anything. They're literally going out into the wilderness. It's like before the age of exploration. It's like somebody's setting out on a ship. You don't even, as far as they're gonna fall off the edge of the earth and having a problem with it. That's what this is. These people are going out into the wilderness, maybe never to be seen from again. And everybody has a problem with it because they're not bringing coloreds along with them. They're not bringing, a few token Negroes, few token slave Negroes or something. I don't know what it is. It's crazy. Like, how is it that they have just at a bone level or like a genetic level or an atomic level, down to the atoms, that every fiber of their being hates or has a problem with this, is bothered by this. I don't understand it though, honestly. But if black people were to do the same thing, it would bother nobody. How is that? What does that? What about that is I don't know. It's just I'm trying to figure it out. That's what I've been kind of doing a deep dive on that. That's kind of what I do with my time, is try to figure out why our reality and our shit is so fucked. Like, because it is 100%.
What are we trying to include here?
Right.
Well, that will naturally exclude other things by definition. And this is anathema to the modern liberal order. How dare you a priori exclude X, Y, or Z people? And this is what all of liberal activism is against. This is what the transgender movement is about. This is what all of the multicultural and diversity and immigration movement is about. This is about making sure you can't have a thing of your own. And I'm sorry, I just really want those things of our own. We set the standards, we set what is and is not included, and we get the thing that is produced from it from our own labour. That seems eminently reasonable to me. Why on earth should we not be allowed this? South Africa's current Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture is an ex-criminal called Gayton Mackenzie, and he is very concerned about Orania. He's not happy that Orania is doing the right thing for the right reasons and getting good results. And he is, in fact, someone who opposes it, even though he can't help but admire the way that they got there. This is a clip of his opinion on it, and it just drives me mad.
Is Orania right? I don't think it's right. I don't think places like Orania should exist, number one. But I need to understand what is it about, and I'm sympathetic towards some of the things they told me. For instance, they said to me, the Afrikaner culture, they want to preserve the Afrikaner culture. But I speak Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my first language, and there's a war against Afrikaans. By the current politicians, hate Afrikaans, there's a war. And that's my first language, and the people I represent mostly speak Afrikaans. Now, if you're going to take Afrikaans, and there's people saying, we want to preserve the language. And I can't come with a counter-argument and say there's no attack on Afrikaans. Is that they're doing it for themselves. And that's the culture that we, as black people, need to learn fast and hard. They've got white domestic workers, they build their place. You look at Orania and jealous down.
Really bothers them.
What is wrong with Orania for me is the racism thing. What is right is the fact that those people are building a city right in front of our eyes.
Well, that's a great question, isn't it? Why don't black people learn that lesson? If you're looking at Orania with envy and saying, well, hang on a second, why don't we have that? Well, why don't you have that? What's actually stopping the majority black population of South Africa from just knuckling down, doing the work,
getting
investing,
it done.
not being...
Getting it done. Why can't they just play nice? Why can't they just conform? I mean, I still wouldn't want to live alongside of them. But it's a shame, but it's like, it's not, there's nothing we can do to fix it. Why can't they just let us wash our hands of it? Why do we have to
corrupt, not committing crimes, and actually just building nice communities in which they want to live? It's really weird, isn't it? That they say, oh, look, we would like that. It's like, okay, well then you have to behave in a certain way to end up with that. And if you can't bring yourself to behave in that way, why should you deserve that? And the answer is, of course, you don't deserve that. And this is why they end up abstracting to the level of the national government and to the multi-culti liberal indoctrination in order to fabricate and justify a claim on Orania itself. And this is where I think Will Tanner's excellent article in Islander 6 really begins to make perfect sense out of the entire issue. I'll read a bit from it so you understand exactly what I mean. Will Tanner's article focuses around the concept of the estate. The estate is an economically self-sufficient organisation that does not depend on largesse or patronage from the central government and has historically been the bulwark against excessive state overreach.
And what I was talking about last night about the social clubs, they were an integral part of the estate. That was our power as average people, were those social clubs. 100%. That was our power. And they absolutely relieved us of it.
Historically, we have considered these estates as an essential part of the checks and balances against.
And what that is businessmen saying, social clubs, they didn't have insurance. They had a club pool. They had a club treasurer that looked after the money. And then when people got hurt or they they died or they got injured, the club paid their bills for a while. And the government and businessmen say, geez, that's a lot of money. Sure would be nice if I could have that. If I could be the one who decided where the money goes. That'd be a nice living. So they outlaw these social. And this is how you, like George Carlin used to say, where interests converge, there is no necessity. A conspiracy theory is not necessary. Those social clubs being destroyed, Freemasons, the Elks, the Moose Lodge, it benefited insurance companies. It made whole industries, the insurance industry. They literally just outlawed those clubs and started insurance businesses to take their place. And then now you're a nameless, faceless number instead of your friend, it'd be your friend would be in control of, or somebody you knew, somebody that you saw on a regular basis would be in control of the insurance money, in control of your health care. And like Carlin said, presciently, and really, it's a really great observation, where interests converge, you don't need a conspiracy theory. For sure, you know why it happened. We know why men were stripped of all these things. That was a lot of power the government had their eye on. And make no mistake, between 1900 and 1950, we went from being in a free market capitalistic society to worse than the Soviet Union. Fuck, man. We don't have anything. Like, they take half our money. They take everything from us now. And it's all through the government and through huge, billion and trillion dollar corporations that are they're basically governments themselves, and they're in cahoots with the government. And between them, they own us, body and soul. They have control over your health care. They have control over everything because they got rid of all of our private means of living, private means of security. They stole it. They took it from us, and then gave us something, a shell of what they took from us. Because yeah, sure, some 25-year-old colored woman gets EBT, but I don't get EBT. I can't get. They're not going to give me anything like that. So they took safety from us and then handed us nothing. Vaporware, totally non-existent.
Against centralized power that exists in a healthy society. Estates, being self-contained, self-managed, and self-sustaining, produce a class of people who are independent from the wider political culture of the nation, and estates are capable of banding together to resist centralized power. From the Barons' revolt against King John, which produced the Magna Carta, to the Virginia gentry of the 13 colonies which led to the American Revolution, it was the estate which enabled men of means to secure their own futures outside of the dictates of grasping bureaucrats and envious idlers. Taken together.
And that's what it is, my dudes. We were too prosperous, too productive, too comfortable, and too satisfied, too content. And now we have been driven to suicide, driven to stagnation because of nameless, faceless bureaucrats. Instead of the treasurer of the Moose Lodge, being in charge of our retirement or our fund, it's some bureaucrat who thinks it's his money, like it's his profit. He's earned it and he feels entitled to it. What a deal with the devil was made.
Irania's projects, values, and achievements matter because they answer many of the problems faced by those of us who dissent from the regime. It is done so by creating what is, in effect, a crowdsourced version of the estate, a largely self-contained economic unit not dependent on regime patronage, which enables those within it to stand against a tyrannical order while continuing to flourish. Orania presents the compelling alternative. It focuses on sovereignty, investment, and its building of a functional community that unites the constituent members as part of a shared mission to preserve their heritage and culture is what makes it great and emulation worthy. It shows how the estate can be rebuilt anew. It shows how the estate can be crowdsourced, how the loyalty-building opportunities for charity and patronage can be engaged while benefiting one's people and building the future, and how we can leave our names behind us by building a future in which they have a stake.
A very important part of Orania is to celebrate our history and to live our history and to make our culture a living thing.
Me too, Reyes.
Buy land legally, and on it we must build our own institutions and do our own labor. That is the founding principles of Orania. You'll see something that you won't see in the rest of South Africa. In the rest of South Africa, construction work, all menial labor, everything, and I'm going to say it the way it is, all those ugly, harsh jobs is done by black South Africans. And that is something that you can go see for yourself. In Orania, we do all our own work for a few reasons. One, part of our freedom ideal is to say, well, if we want to make decisions for ourselves politically, we need to be a majority in our own area, and that's important. No one else can.
They don't want to be children with the state being the parents. White people don't want that. They've successfully conned most Europeans into believing that it's good for them and they are happy about it. And then there are those of us that are smarter than the rest of the flock that just refuse to conform to that bullshit. And this guy right here, this is my people. That's my kind of guy. That like, seriously. And that's when you know yeah, we are white people because we all feel the same, like we all have the same sentiments, the same feelings, very stubborn and, like self-determination. We want to be in charge of our own destiny, and we want to be in charge of what happens to us.
Say that they built Orania for us, and we are not misusing anyone, we are not exploiting anyone, we are building a future, we're doing it with our own hands. All the hard labor, all the menial labor, from working farms to scrubbing toilets to cleaning houses to tending gardens, everything here is done by us ourselves.
In a way, this is what we're doing with LotusEaters.com too. Instead of being a separate town, of course, we are an internet business, but it allows us to live a certain kind of freedom, which is otherwise unavailable to people working in the corporate world. We are building our own estate, and it allows us to do things other people just don't have the freedom to do. I can't tell you the number of times that I've spoken to someone in the mainstream media, and they have said something along the lines of, I wish I could do what you're doing and say the kind of things that you're saying. It's also why we're able to build such a big tent on the right. We have platformed people as diverse as former Prime Minister Liz Truss all the way to radicals like Steve Laws. We understand that we need to do things radically differently in this country, and building it for ourselves is the most important thing in the entire project, because then it can't be justified to simply take it away from us. It's why we produce our own products to sell, such as Islander Magazine, instead of constantly soliciting third-party sponsorships that could be taken away from us. It's a lot of work, but we think it's worth it.
And I have to say too, I prefer his content. I prefer the human content, the real content. I prefer to watch stuff that isn't shoving slop down my throat all day. Like Nick Fuentes is the same way. He didn't put any of those ads in his show. That's it's so important to me. Like, and otherwise they're just shills. They're just a shill. They're just a shill that are in a system where other shills have brought them in, and they all help each other shill their bullshit, shill their slop. They they advertise for each other. You know what I mean? It's a special club they're in, and they all scratch each other's backs. You're just the mark watching their watching their shows. And basically they trade, they buy and sell and trade you like a whore. You're a whore that watches their slop, that they can just pawn off on another pimp or another trick. You'll watch somebody else's bullshit because you watch their bullshit. Or you'll get skincare products from them. You'll get some tea Janley. You'll get some facial scrub.
And we're tremendously
fucking soap merchants.
Proud of everything that we have accomplished. And on that note, I'd like to quickly thank everyone who has supported us along this journey so far, and all my wonderful staff. Everyone has been doing an incredible job, and I sometimes have to pinch myself to make sure that it's all really real. Anyway, on that note, let's get back to the YouTubers and their conclusions about Orania, which are generally very, very positive.
Listen, I might not agree with the ideologies of the people living in Orania.
It's bullshit. If they were coloreds, he would be in love with this place. What a crock of shit. It has nothing to do with the ideology. Has everything to do with their skin color. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling us, you fucking spook. There's something about the ideology. Really? Because you love it. We can see you love it. But there are no coloreds can take responsibility for it. No coloreds can feel pride, a sense of pride in it. So therefore, it's evil, it's bad. No, you're evil.
In certain aspect, but I believe that what they've done in here is super impressive, and I feel like other communities within the continent of Africa can embrace these ideas. I've been talking about self-independent, self-sufficient now. I believe that that's what Kwame Nkrumah's ideology was, and basically everything is here. These guys don't need to step out of, Orania. They can actually live here and survive.
Outside of the gates of Orania, there's government corruption, the crime figures are sky high, and there's power cuts everywhere. There's people who are out on the streets protesting for change. So it's understandable why people come to Orania, because they feel safe.
It was time to say our goodbyes. You know what? I'm a bit sad we're leaving. Can we come to a deal? All right?
It bothers them because they see what can be done, what can be achieved, and they can't do it. You see it on their face. Why can't we do this? Why can't we be like this? I don't know. We're not the same, We're not all exceptional. I mean, that's literally what that was, them having a difficult time accepting that. And that's it. Also, it lays bare, because normally they don't see this. They see everybody struggling. They see everybody stealing from each other and shooting each other and doing this and that. And they can always, they never actually have to contend with the fact that when white people live on their own, that this stuff doesn't happen, because they're always around. So even if there is good, they can claim, responsibility. Oh, see how safe it is? But when they're not around and it's safe, and then if there's problems, they can say, well, white people, they have those problems too. I mean, that's what it is, man. And I think that has a lot to do with why they push the diversity.
Approve my application.
Can you talk to the people
Not
on
on
the
your
panel for me?
life.
Yeah, man, I'll talk to them.
Make an exception for me, please.
We'll take your application, man.
Okay, hopefully.
That marks our 24-hour survival in
Not on your
Iran.
life,
Honestly,
darky.
guys, from my experience, this place is very misunderstood. It's not as racist as people make it out to be. Although I do think if the world had
It is
segregated
racist,
communities,
but not as racist. Not that it's racist, but it's not that racist. That's what he just said. It's not as racist as what people say. It's not quite that racist. Still racist, but not quite that racist. It's like when people say, I'm not that stupid. Oh, so you are stupid, though. You are a moron. I agree.
like this, we wouldn't move forward as a society, but I can respect the hospitality and how hardworking the people of Orania are. So guys, listen,
Fucking breaks
100,000
their
likes
teeth
and
to
I will
say
go
that.
back and try apply for a citizenship. But yeah, subscribe if you're new and leave a comment on where else you
And
think
they
I should
immediately
visit
want
next.
it. They want it. They want to move there. They start making jokes about it like they're going to move there. Like, come on now. Get the hell out of here.
But I believe that if we start, you know, building our own communities, our own way, knowing that, hey, we're gonna make money and use the money that we make within our community to build.
Hey, stupid. You had your own communities since the beginning of time. You lived like animals. That's just not your lot in life, big dog. That's just not, it's not possible. If you could do it, you would.
Build our community. I believe that like the entire Africa will be super great, man.
We've just left Orania, and Siv, I want to know, was it what you expected it to be?
No way. It was a conundrum. It was confusing, many positives, but I think there was a feeling that didn't feel right. And I think that's just a lack of diversity. And they have everything, the growth, the ethics, the safety, but they just lack.
It had everything, but there's just not enough coloreds in there. Bro, no. The milk is good, asshole. The milk is good. Don't tell me that the milk is bad when you just said the fucking milk is good. It's good. It doesn't matter how diverse it is. That doesn't make a place good or bad. But that's not the fucking deciding factor. It's not the issue here, dude. It's not the issue. It's the other Jeffrey Lebowski, the millionaire.
Lack diversity and like an open-mindedness to others. It's just our way or the highway. But they have every right to do that. It's their place.
So we're gonna end our day here, get some coffee, and it's been really awesome. It's been amazing coming to Orania and just seeing it for myself and experiencing it, especially being black, Muslim, and I had no issue.
She's such a dark one. I mean, such a, it's from the abyss, just some abyssal being.
An absolutely fascinating set of conclusions with phenomenally interesting implications. I particularly like the guy who's saying, well, I mean, they have everything here. They're safe. They're prosperous.
It's funny you mention that. I went to school with a chick. I remember she was in first grade with me. I knew her my whole life, Clarice. And she was new to our school in first grade, which means I was only there for a year, but they had fled South Africa in 1994. I was literally 95 or 96, like first grade. They had just fled, and I mean, she was good looking too. She's a brunette, but she had blue eyes, pretty blue eyes.
They don't have to lock up their bikes. But what they don't have is diversity. Gosh darn it.
Man,
if only
almost.
they
There's
had
always-
diversity as well.
Isn't there always a catch? There's always a catch, man.
Well as all of this, then Orania would be perfect. And it's like, well, yep. I wonder why we can't have both things at once. You'll have to explain that to me some other time, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for joining me, folks. And thank you to Will Tanner for his amazing article in Islander, which started me on this journey. I hadn't really thought about it in this way, and I certainly didn't know about this genre of YouTube video. I had an amazing time producing this video for you. If you would like to support us and help us grow our own estate.
It's kind of crazy that he had never seen those till now, I guess. But I mean, I'd seen them before. Thought that was kind of weird. Like, man, I've watched a lot of those videos. I guess I kind of like those videos. I don't know. Yeah, I seen what's his name? Oh, also, you know, I don't know if you guys saw that Lawrence Fox debate or the Tommy Robinson debate, the Oxford Union debate. But there was a point, you guys ever hear when somebody on the right says, "Oh, but they're the real Nazis, they're the real fascists." Bro. No, you know, that's never sat right with me. I always knew there was something wrong about that. And I figured out what it is. It's that this modern religion, this modern cult that we have, what it says is that Hitler is Satan. He's the most evil person, the most evil ideology of all time. And that's how we measure ourselves. That's how we determine our value is how, you know, and that's how the liberals determine people's value is, and who's a good person is who is most opposite of Hitler. And arguing about who is most like Hitler is just the flip side of the woke coin. They're the real fuck fascists. I'm the better liberal. I'm the better modern liberal. Look at me. He's the real Hitler. He's the real Satan. Bro. You know, let's fucking shed the pagan hedonism. I mean, that, and this is why Christianity is like the only answer, because otherwise it's about bickering over who's the more like Hitler. Who's the better modern liberal? Oh, I'm a conservative Republican. I'm the real liberal. Fuck you and your liberal shit. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like he was Satan, because he wasn't. For multiple reasons, but I mean, one of them is that no human being is all humans are nuanced. Well, really, well, dude, that's the problem though, hoax, is that you're playing their game. That's the problem, is that Nazis aren't demons. Hitler wasn't Satan. You know, and that's only the case. You would only do that if you're trying to out-liberal the liberals. You're trying to be the better modern multi-culty cuck eunuch. No, fuck that. I'm a Christian. I'm not fucking doing that. No.
In April, the Prime Minister of Spain came out with a plan to give over. This is a crazy situation right now.
Pedro Sánchez, gracias. Pedro Sánchez, viva España, viva España.
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of Europe?
I'm the first vigilante here. They're gonna fear me.
¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Mujeres en la casa, como dice en el Islam.
Now they're all coming down, being walked down the mountain right now. Here in Spain, they received over 60,000 migrants who came across from the Moroccan border into the country of Spain. This is mainland Spain right behind me. However, right now I'm heading over to Ceuta, which is actually a town in Spain. However, it is on the African continent. There's a few towns that are part of Spain that are on the African continent, and Ceuta is one of them.
Poor Spanish, man. My heart goes out to them. They've been dealing with these animals, these savages, for like an extra 700 years longer than we have.
Literally over 60,000 migrants came across their border. A lot of people are wondering what actually happened, so therefore we're heading there right now to see it for ourselves. These migrants quite literally came over by the truckloads into Spain, and people are wondering if it's a coordinated attack or if it was just the Moroccans that were coming over and seeking for a better life, or if it was an actual invasion. And just recently in April, the Prime Minister of Spain came out with a plan to give over 500,000 migrants legal status here inside of the country. Right now we're heading over to Quetta to see it for ourselves. We'll be speaking with the migrants themselves, with the Spaniards, and we'll even be going to the border to see what actually happened here inside this town. And right now, if you are not subscribed to the channel, we're so close to 2 million subscribers. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button, give this video a like, and now let's see what is actually happening. Here we go. Now to start, I met up with citizen vigilante by the name Mancia, who saw and predicted that the migrants were coming just days before, and now let's go see what is happening. We've arrived now, and we're here with Mancia.
Told you this shit, they saw this stuff coming. This was allowed to happen and everything. Homeboy knew it, and he's just some regular Joe. They have satellites and fucking block cameras and studies and experiments and theories. They have the intelligence community. They literally have all of the technology and know-how that humankind can bring to bear.
See us from here in Spain. Right now we have a group of men right here. Look, they're covering up their faces. ¿Eres de Morocco? You from Morocco?
No ladrones, no carteristas.
¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
No hablar mucho.
Trabajo.
Trabajando, no carteristas, no ladrones.
¿Cruzaste nadando? Nadando. Okay. These people don't want to leave. They want to go to Europe. They want to go to Spain. So that's their mission here. That's why they crossed by swimming.
On July 31st was the day when quite literally 60,000 people came across. And right now, a lot of those young men have returned back to Morocco. But now you just have groups of these men walking around this town. Just like this one right here.
Roving criminals.
These
nice.
groups are creating insecurity. The military are here as well.
This is Morocco.
He said one thing. He said, this is Morocco.
Yeah.
One of them said, this is Morocco because they think this is Morocco, but Spain, this has been Spanish since 400 years. 400 years before Morocco got his independence. So it doesn't make any sense.
They're saying this is Morocco, and it's like, bro, Morocco, what didn't even exist until 1940, bitch. Are you trying to say that you have sovereign, because this was once the Ottoman Empire and it was run by the Ottoman Turks? Somehow you could, fuck you and the horse you rode in on, or no, fuck you and the camel you rode in on, you camel fucker. Get out of here.
But still they say this is Morocco.
Is this the first stop for most migrants to head up into the rest of Europe?
Yes, this is the main door, the main gate. Yeah.
And right now we're heading to the border. Here we go. We've made it here to the border, and a lot of these migrants are actually now going back to Morocco. So for instance, right here we have a group of Moroccans that are now going back to
Those are
Morocco.
our soldiers.
So right here is where they all came into the country, and right now they're going back to Morocco.
That's crazy. I didn't even think of that.
Now there are still thousands upon thousands of migrants out inside the city, and we'll be finding them in just a moment. However, it's super important for you guys to understand exactly what happened at.
Bro, how is it that they must really think they have an opportunity to get over into Spain, because they're willing to like live in the woods for like weeks to see if they can slither over the border like a snake, you know, trying to slither into people's houses, slither into men's wives, you know, between their legs. It's disgusting.
The border. So this is the border right now. We do have some people that are turning themselves in, and now they're saying just go back to Morocco. And it looks like you guys do have some floaties out now to stop people from coming in. Were those there before?
The thing is, I don't understand why they didn't put this before when this started. Why now? Why now?
Because they wanted them to come over, homie. Duh. Hello. Why? It doesn't make sense to this guy yet. He still thinks that they just messed up. Who's going? Oh, I know. Yeah, I saw it. He posted something on it the other day. or early a few minutes ago, excuse me.
That's my question.
Do you think it was coordinated to let them all come in that day?
It's coordinated because I cannot imagine a country like Morocco, which is investing heavily in cybersecurity, in military, how these people can get out of control in this country. It's unbelievable. Nobody can believe this is not coordinated.
You guys going back to Morocco?
Yeah. ¿Cuándo viniste aquí?
Ask them why they came here and what's the situation like in Morocco.
They came thinking that they will have work and food here, and there is not, so they go back.
How come everyone came in flip-flops? ¿Por qué todos vinieron aquí en chanclas?
Isn't that odd? Like, they just get off with no wallets, no passport, no flip-flops. Wonder what's that all about?
Viva Harraga! Viva Harraga وفسحة كما العالم.
What was it like the day everyone started coming in?
No, que esto es un jaleo muy grande. Nos han hecho un alboroto total.
So now we have another person going back to Morocco. When everyone came through, they actually closed down all the shops because they were afraid all the towns were about to get looted. So when all the migrants came over here, they thought they were going to get food, they were going to try to get jobs, but all the stores were closed. Everyone just came through the border. They swam from the Moroccan side. Those floaties weren't there at the time, so they all just swam in or walked across the border here.
They were swimming and walking through these rocks. Someone crossing.
So right now you have a group of people trying to swim in right now, and then you also have people being taken back into Morocco from the...
And it just goes, that's how stupid these people are. They think if they just get past a fence that, you know, the world will be open to them. It's like, no, those people don't want you, you disgusting. Ugh.
Spanish police. While people are actively trying to swim into Spain right now, you actually have them also sending the people back to Morocco at the same time. Looks like you have the Navy out here. Where were they out the day when everyone came through?
They came the day after this ship in order to provide support.
And how did you know that people were going to start crossing into Spain the day that they did? Because you came all the way from Madrid.
Yeah, I came all the way over from Madrid by car because from Monday I started to see in the news that a little amount of people was doing that, but not at this dimension. It started slowly and then got completely out of hands.
And so you saw it ahead of time, but the military...
I saw that Fox. Yeah, that was some bullshit. I'm thinking Fox, they're like, look what's happening on the Moroccan-Spanish border. Okay.
And the police didn't.
Correct. That's a good point. I didn't think about that, but yes.
So you think they could have done something to stop this?
Yeah, they could did something beforehand. For sure. That's why all the Spanish people think that this was kind of coordinated.
As we get away from the border, people are still in floaties coming across. You have all these people sleeping here in the back of this shop right here, and now you have lines of people waiting to get food. What did you think when you saw all these people coming across? Would you say this was an invasion?
Yes, an invasion is armed with weapons. I think this is an occupation because they are not coming with weapons. But it's an occupation, for sure. The people from Ceuta, they couldn't even eat. They couldn't even go to the supermarket for 3 days. The people of Ceuta was suffering this situation. They couldn't go to supermarket, they couldn't go to the pharmacy, they couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't go to the street because a lot of security, a lot of big groups of guys hanging out in the street.
And now we're coming upon a big group of men, and there's no woman. I haven't seen a single woman going back or coming.
1% was woman.
So here's everyone coming in right now. Looks like they're opening up shops for people to come in and get some food.
Like, how is that even possible? 1% women, 60,000 people. Like a couple hundred were women. What the hell?
Is everyone from Morocco?
He's got a Morocco soccer jersey on. Hello.
Todos son de Morocco? Everyone's from Morocco.
Bro, look at their fade haircuts. These guys were just they were in a city the other day. Like, that's what, it's blowing my mind how these guys expect anybody to believe that they're hard up. They're struggling. They have nicer clothes on than I do. Those soccer jerseys are freaking expensive, man. Look, two of them. One of them has a Spain soccer jersey on. Those are expensive as all get out. They all have a soccer shirt on. This one, this one, this one.
Vinieron aquí?
They're like $300 shirts.
Why'd you guys come here? ¿Por qué vinieron?
For trabajo, for mangiare, for
We want your stuff. We want your woman. We want your stuff.
How old are you guys? ¿Cuántos años tiene?
23.
Me llamo Hamza. ¿Cuántos años?
How is it that these guys don't have jobs or wives or anything in Morocco? It sounds like a really productive society, doesn't it?
Pregúntales si estaba organizado desde Marruecos o por redes sociales.
لا لا ما قالوا الناس في التيك توك قول لهم المغرب وما اللي فتحوا لنا المخزن
The police in Morocco, they told them to come.
Right now we have this young kid translating for us. We just asked them if they came through because of social media and TikTok, and they just said that the Moroccan police let them in. Why'd you come here to Spain? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
Porque no tengo vivis a Marruecos.
¿Y por qué?
Porque no tengo vivis, no tengo trabajo, no tengo dinero.
The situation here is getting a little dicey right now. Everyone just comes out yelling. Nobody really knows what language. I'm speaking English, Spanish. They're speaking broken Spanish and Moroccan.
Amigo, gracias, muchas gracias.
Ahora a Londres, ¿dónde vas?
Amigo, Marruecos.
Europa.
Para Europa.
Europa, todo
¿Qué
Europa.
parte?
Vosotros todo Europa. Hasta, te digo yo, hasta Rumanía. Rusia necesita mano obra barata, Marruecos manda. Derechos humanos, no hay Marruecos, no hay derechos humanos, ¿no? Pues vamos a buscarlo, hasta en China, derechos humanos.
So here you have a group of them that all came through from Morocco. Where are you guys going now? Paris, Londres.
Sí, Barcelona. Alemania, Bruxelles, Bélgica, Danemark. هولندا يا من يامال I love you.
And how old are you guys? 28. He's 28. 21. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Mujeres a la casa, como dice en el Islam.
All these men right here, not a single woman in sight. He said something about women in Islam. What does Islam think about women?
He was saying that Islam says that women must be kept at home.
So they leave all their wives back in their country where there's no money, no jobs, no food, but then they come here all by themselves?
Correct.
You as a woman, how did you feel seeing 40,000, 60,000 migrants come across the border here?
Me sentí amenazada. No podía salir con el bebé. No podíamos salir porque yo vivo en un ático, pero tengo vecinos que vivían en el primero y tenían miedo de que saltaran a las casas. Es peligroso. Porque cuando vienen en avalancha es peligroso.
How do you feel knowing that the women here feel threatened? Amenazados.
I feel very, very angry. I cannot understand how we let our own woman live with.
She sounded like that was just so sweet how she sounded. Like, I don't know if you guys seen that on my face, but when she said peligroso, I don't know why, but it just. Oh, it's just like striking. She just sounded safe.
Salir porque yo vivo en un ático, pero tengo vecinos que vivían en el primero y tenían miedo de que saltaran a las casas. Es peligroso. Porque cuando vienen en avalancha es peligroso.
How do you feel knowing that the women here feel threatened?
I don't know what it is about that, man, but it just makes me feel good. I don't know, like just the way she said that. Peligroso. Like, it's dangerous.
Amenazados.
I feel very, very angry. I cannot understand how we let our own woman live with fear, running to their homes with the baby. Like, I don't want to stay in the street. I go home. Thank you. I'm not gonna allow this. Any Spanish guy shouldn't allow this. If we are men, if we are real men, we should do something right now.
And you're the only one out here.
I'm the only one here from Madrid. No one didn't came with me. No one wanted to come with me.
Do you think if strong men don't stand up for countries in Europe and America, they'll eventually fall?
Yes. If we don't wake up now, we will fall for sure. For sure. This is our moment. Wake up, Europe. Wake up.
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of
I'm
Europe?
the fucking first vigilante here. They're gonna fear me. I'm sick of this
They're gonna
push.
feel me.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of seeing Spanish women, running away in our fucking own country. I'm sick of this.
The police here only came after it took place. They're not reacting to the cause. They're not reacting to what actually caused it to happen.
They're not reacting. They are.
Cops never stop things from happening. They just determine who they get to punish after it happens.
Under the orders of the government. They cannot do anything. They cannot do anything. It's only the people in the ground, only the citizens can do something. Citizens, wake up.
That's such bullshit, though. They pay so much in tax, especially in Europe. How is it that they're paying all this money so that their government protects them, so that their government will have the wherewithal and the inclination to protect them, and then when something that they need their government for happens, it's on them to solve it? What the fuck? What do we even have these piece of shit governments for? What's the point of it? Like, honestly.
This is our moment. We need to wake up as citizens, as European citizens.
Now we got word that there are people up in the top of the mountain hiding from the police, so we headed to the tip top. Because of how the situation got, people left the border and they started heading up the mountain of this small city, and now they're up top here in the mountain. And this is where they're sleeping and staying away from the authorities up here on the top of these mountains. They're coming down right now. You have a group of them coming through right here, and this is where they're sleeping to stay away from the authorities. Right there, they had that man running away. So they're staying up here inside of the mountain, and then they're staying away from the authorities. There's another one coming out of the mountain right there. And now the military's coming through right now. Military just came through, yelled at the person, now they're running back up into the mountain. Look, now there's another one coming through the mountain right here. Everyone's just coming out, popping out of this mountain right now. 2 guys right there, another guy right there, another guy right there. 3 guys just popped out of the mountain. And this guy just ran right into the bush. And the other guys who just ducked out of the mountain just came and jumped into this brush right here. Morocco?
Crazy. How much that looks like Southwest America, California, spaghetti westerns.
Barcelona? So now all these guys are just coming out of the mountain. They can't get food, but they all have cigarettes somehow. ¿Qué pasó aquí?
The fucking Latin, the pig Latin. That's what Ilhan Omar sounds like too. That woman.
ضربونا با الله اكبر اشهد ان لا اله الا الله واشهد ان محمد رسول الله قولوا.
No. And right now they have people going on runs with sticks to fight off anybody that potentially comes their way. That's how crazy it's getting right now here. You have people living up here in the mountains. There's 20 people living behind that bush right there. These guys are all going to Madrid, and runners are running around with sticks to hit anyone if they're trying to attack them on their.
What are they going to do with a fucking stick? That's so stupid. That's such a liberal, modern thing. Dumbass idea. If you need the stick isn't going to help you.
Run. Yeah. In Spain, are you guys able to have guns? Can you own a gun?
No, it's forbidden. But military people and police, they have their own guns, and I know a lot of people here is bringing their personal weapons.
So if you're like that runner right there who doesn't have a gun, you're carrying a stick.
Yeah, correct. He's carrying a stick. A lot of people is carrying sticks. Groups of local people with sticks everywhere. Everyone, for security reasons, man.
Wow, so not guns, but sticks.
Yeah, not guns, but sticks, like in the medieval.
Welcome to Europe.
Welcome to Europe. Welcome to the medieval age.
Why do you think your politicians are allowing this to happen?
If they allow this to become the third world, they know, people in power, they know that they will be able to do whatever they want. They will increase their power because a ruler in the third world is a real ruler.
And so you're saying in a first world country where there's order, that way the politicians can't take that much power.
Yeah.
Because there's order.
The thing here is that people in power know that if they become the third world, they
That's how it's supposed to be.
will increase their power and their money even more. That's the thing, because they can control the society in an easier way. I mean, if you keep this full of third worlders, you can do whatever you want if you are in power.
And your prime minister right now, according to Polymarket, he has the second best odds of becoming the prime minister again, but his odds are very low on Polymarket. But your prime minister just created a way for over 500,000 migrants to get legal status here inside of Spain. Do you think your prime minister Sanchez is trying to up his odds and his probability of becoming the prime minister once again by importing all these migrants?
Yeah.
If I had to guess, that's not what I would say it was. I mean, if he was, if it was him that was causing it, I would have to say that he's allowing this so that he gets off on his charge or whatever, so that he's allowed, so that he doesn't go to prison for what he's done, you know, before this. You know, they can get to anybody, and this guy's corrupt. Sounds to me like he's made a deal with somebody. Somebody in the Middle East, somebody that, you know, is expecting a lot of weapons shipments.
Yeah, because he knows that he has a strategy, a very clear strategy. He gets the money from the taxes from the working people in Spain, and he gives away some help to these migrants, and then he easily can get boats. He's basically buying boats. Basically buying boats. That's all about that. It's all about power and money. People in church only want to have more power and more money. And the easiest way to do it is to fill this country with third worlders.
So right now on Polymarket, Pedro Sanchez actually has a very low probability of winning this election, but he has created a way for over 500,000 migrants to get legal status here inside of Spain, and then they'd be able to vote. As we're driving through town, all the shops are closed down right now. This shop's closed, this shop's closed. We have the shop owner right here standing outside of his store. The military's coming through the streets right now. This shop's closed, this shop's closed,
Pharmacy.
This shop's closed. All the shops here in downtown are closed right now. You had one shop that was open and the shop owner was standing outside of it.
All of the businesses closed, yeah, because they don't want to be robbed.
Now we're at a cemetery, and here at this cemetery, you have a group of migrants who have taken the cemetery. There's a fountain over there, a fountain over here, and a fountain down below. They're using the cemetery to shower and clean out all their clothes. So this is quite literally where they're showering. They're using the cemetery to shower. Kind of a representation of what's actually happening here. The people died for this country, and now you have migrants that are showering on their graves. Kind of crazy to think about. You as a man from Spain, to see that migrants are now showering on the dead graves of people who died for Spain, how does that make you feel?
Dead,
If my ancestors, these are my ancestors. These, all of them, are my ancestors. If they wake up, they will
dead,
say,
dude.
this is insane, this is insane. Send them
not gonna wake
back
up, I assure
immediately. Immediately.
And now right here, it looks like the military has grabbed a group of the guys that were up in the mountain. Now they're all coming down, being walked down the mountain right now. And once again, not a single woman in sight. This is all just a group of men right here, all being escorted down the mountain from the Spanish military. There's another group back there as well. And right here in the mountains, we have another group of people who are getting pushed down the mountain from the Spanish military. It looks like the Spanish military, the Spaniards are starting to do something about this migrant crisis. It has gotten really, really bad. All these people are now fleeing, coming down the mountain, being pushed down from the Spanish military, and the police are coming up right now.
Not gonna lie, I didn't think they would do this. I thought they would embrace them. I mean, not gonna lie. That just seems to be how Europe has handled all these things, all these different events. They just kind of welcome it. This is honestly a little shocking. Like I mean, for this, I never would have thought that Spain would have brought the military in.
As the police made a push to get everyone down the mountain due to the sheer amount of people that crossed into the country when they opened up the gate.
I mean, it's obvious that, you know, maybe they did coordinate this stuff to happen, but they changed their mind apparently.
There were so many people and so many children that entered. We headed to a camp where there were tons of abandoned children. Familia?
No, una familia, sí.
¿Cuántas personas vinieron con usted? How many people came with you?
Es muchas personas.
Why'd you come here? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí? Why'd you come?
Quieren ir a España, sí, a Madrid, Barcelona, cualquier sitio.
How old are these kids right here?
15, 16.
I wanted to go to whatever city. I don't care. Just let me in. That's I mean, that's wild to hear. Like, bro, you know, can you blame people for being afraid of somebody who doesn't really care where, as long as you let that, like, bro, that just that scares people because it's like, what the hell? What does he have in his mind, bro? Like, it doesn't sound like he has hard work in his mind. You know, who is this eager to go work hard for an honest day's pay? Honestly.
18, 15, 14.
15, 14 years old. And where are their parents?
Están en Marruecos. Cada uno a su cosa.
Are you guys nervous?
Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
رونالدو ما كاين لا لامين يامال لا رونالدو الوالده تعيش الوالده.
I didn't know what questions to ask him. So I was like, Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
Gracias. Adiós.
Adios.
Shukran.
How old are you guys?
Me llamo Anas, 21, soy Marruecos, no trabajo, no.
Viva España.
15.
You're 15 years old.
15 years.
Sus padres?
Español.
بابا وماما في مارويكوس.
No papa, no mama.
عمري كنز ساكن في فاس جينا لهنا باش نمشيو اسبانيا.
موراكو is beautiful. احنا الدراري ديالنا ما عندهمش مستقبل تما فهمتيني خاص.
So here they're all showering. This is where these guys have set up. They're showering out of these.
We don't have a future in Morocco. Well, fix it. It's kind of crazy. Those guys they're just destitute and they're looking for a handout. You know, let us in. Let us have your shit. We hear you give away a lot of shit. Let us in.
Buckets right here. It's actually really sad to see this. This is how they're cleaning their clothes. This is where these guys are getting their water at to shower. They're showering out of buckets right now. They're getting it from this pipe underneath the street right now. And they're all showering, washing their clothes out of this bucket. It's actually just really sad to see that this is what the situation's like here at the border of Spain.
What's sad about that? Honestly. At least they're not bums. At least they're not, you know. That's surprising. I'm surprised that they're out there like going through solving problems to stay clean. That's pretty impressive. I mean, that's more than I gave them credit for. I kind of thought these people were just, dumb as a bag of hammers kind of a thing here. And, they're okay smelling like ass. Guess I was wrong.
In Morocco, they're using laundry detergent for shampoo. We finally found our first two women here this whole entire video. How come you came to Spain?
Pedro Sánchez.
Pedro Sánchez.
Bro, they look like straight up Mexicans. Like they're basically the global south is all colored. Straight up.
Sanchez good?
Sanchez good.
Viva España, viva España, viva España. No Morocco.
How old are you?
17.
He's 17 years old. And
أنا Holland 15.
15.
Morocco no trabajo, no school.
So all these guys here, like Pedro Sanchez, a lot of people are saying that he's the reason why all this is happening. These are the first one we've seen this entire video. Why flip-flops? Everyone's got flip-flops. To swim. We found out where they're all living. 13 years old.
Half of them are kids. Half of them are like legitimately kids. And it's like, how is it you come from a civilization and there's no jobs, there's no food, there's no school, there's no nothing, and you guys all have fucking fresh faded haircuts? Shut up, man. Get out of here. It's just like the Mexicans here that come here. They've been coached. You ask them a question, they feed you a bullshit answer.
So all these kids are coming over here, 13 years old, this kid's 14, and they're all here by themselves.
Menores.
Y padres, mamá, papá?
No, mamá, no papa.
No trabajo, no tengo.
No, Marruecos للشارع.
No familia.
No
Papa, mamá, España.
So now we came in this spot, this is where all the kids came over. I have no idea what they're saying. ¿Qué está la situación en Morocco?
No travail, no school, no hospitality, no school, no AIDS, no AIDS.
No food, no eat?
No AIDS. No more.
Yeah, vamos. All right, I'm putting a lot of trust in these kids right here. Wow, this is where they're all at down here. This is between the border of Morocco and Spain now. We're literally right by the border wall. The border's right there. ¿Qué pasa? Look, these people are just getting shade underneath the cars. That's how bad the situation is right now. The kids are here, quite literally doing anything just to get shade right now. No food, no water. The police are down here.
How could their people in their government and their country do this to them? They're little kids. Kind of despicable people are responsible for this. Like, honestly, this is like an atrocity, man. This is a real, this is moving people around like they are a herd of goats. Like they are just, some group of animals to be shuffled about, it's pretty sickening, honestly. Like, did anybody guess that there were like 14-year-olds amongst those guys? I mean, it's crazy. And to think these are the people that we're supposed to lecture us, the global South, that just push their kids, send them illegally into some foreign country. Like, what the hell? What is wrong with this place?
Here. ¿Quién habla español? Español. All right, we're looking for someone who speaks Spanish. This is a crazy situation right now. I'm looking for someone to speak Spanish. No one speaks Spanish. Everyone's saying over here they speak Spanish, but no one speaks Spanish. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it's so overwhelming and off-putting. They're beggars. They're beggars, man. Oh, viva España, viva España, viva España. Like, it's so hollow, it's like, bro, you're literally telling me whatever it is you think I want to hear. Nick likes young boys.
Pedro Sanchez.
Gracias.
Viva España, viva España.
Viva España.
Fanatic, solo fanatic.
كيزا باي باي تريد تحياتي تريد رينكون حومة الزاوية
فيفا لو روا دو اسبانيا
ولاد سلا تحياتي ولاد سلا
تحياتي تريد رينكون حومة الزاوية نواسي تحياتي نواسي حومة الزاوية
¿Quién habla español?
They're going to be productive members of society one day. Europe, they're crazy not to let these guys in their country. Aren't they wild? What's up, Bobby Digital?
Crowd right here. I love you, Pedro Sanchez.
Bobby Digital, my digital.
I love you.
English? Yo hablo inglés. Why'd you guys come here to Spain?
For better chances, better opportunities. We were not working in Morocco.
I don't know. Like, bro, you have to think about what you're here for. Like, okay. That's the first sign that they're not there for anything good. Like, they can't tell you why they're there. They're just there. Peace, love. You know, like, it's kind of in your face, man. It really is.
We came.
You came?
We just came. We're here. What'd you come here for? We're here. We're here. What does that matter? We're here.
One came and we came.
How many of you came? How many?
Pedro Sanchez.
Me and my friends were like four. We're four.
Four of you guys came.
You know, he speaks English. Me, I'm like what the hell? Yeah, how are they gonna do? No, they're not going to contribute anything. I mean, of course they're not. They sound about stupid as a bag of rocks. And they behave like a pack of savages, a pack of hyenas. You know, like throwing up gang signs, Viva blah, Viva España. No, Morocco's no good. No work, no work. We're beggars. We need charity. There's no work. Feel sorry for us. Where's your empathy? You have to feel empathy. Where's your empathy so I can come into your country and stab you and rape your wife and then call you a racist if you don't like it? Like, bro, and they do that. Like, they're acting this way right now. Let them make the mistake of letting these motherfuckers in their country across their border. The second they get across their border, you're a fucking racist, and bow at their feet. Kiss their fucking feet, you evil racist. Like, dude, the fucking audacity.
And what do you guys think about Pedro Sanchez?
Pedro Sanchez قول له راجل مزيان قول له
Pedro Sanchez.
good very good JT
Bueno.
Sanchez.
Mucho bueno.
mucho bien gracias gracias
Viva Pedro Sanchez.
He's fixing to get them all riled up again so that they start doing the gang signs and shit. You see, like, it almost starts happening again. And then, oh, no, calm down. Like, one of them has to catch them. No, chill. They just start getting all caught up in it, throwing gang signs up. No, stop, man, stop. We're playing innocent refugee. You know, you're breaking character, bro. Stop breaking character. You're gonna fuck this up for us. You're gonna let these stupid sons of bitches know that we just want to rob them and rape their wives and steal their house, live in their house, and enjoy their lives.
Pedro Sanchez I love you.
And what do you plan? Where are you going now?
We can't go nowhere right now. They should take us somewhere.
Where do you want to go?
Spain.
What part?
I don't know.
And how old are you?
I wonder what these morons do know, because they don't seem to know a damn thing. Like everything he asks, I don't know. They're just, bro, they're not smart enough to get a fire going, it looks like. They couldn't rub two nickels together.
How old are you?
17.
17 years
Yeah.
old. And what do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do for work?
I want to study. I want to study.
Bro, these people are stupid. And they don't know anything. They're ignorant as all get. Dude, this is cannon fodder. Like that, these are the kind of people that the new elites want, you know, they want potato sacks for humans, you know, people that are so stupid, you know, it's incredible.
I want to finish my studies in Spain.
In Spain?
Yeah.
And after Spain, where do you want to go?
I'm not sure. I just want to go to Spain right now.
And
This is the goal right now.
And how do you plan to get out of Quetta?
Quetta?
How are you going to leave? In a boat?
Through asylum.
Through asylum?
Yeah.
And what are you fleeing in Morocco? What is life in danger?
How are you going to get there? Through asylum. Duh. Hello. You know, you guys are nice enough and sympathetic enough to give us this killer opportunity to slither into your, you know, like you're giving us this opportunity to break your laws, and you know, it's giving us this opportunity to I had the word on the tip of my tongue, but you know, giving them this opportunity not to like cross over legally, but to like break in. Like they see that as us giving them an opportunity at life. We're giving you an opportunity just by not shooting you when you fucking try to climb our fences.
You're in Morocco, or how come you want to leave?
Damn, that is a good ass fucking sticker for that. Wow. I didn't even
Opinions on
realize
Morocco?
that.
I can say that.
Dude.
It's tough. It's tough.
Are people dying there? Is it dangerous?
People are dying, yes, of course. People are dying from hunger, from...
Bro, get the fuck out of here. People are dying from hunger? Dude. Are you... Like... What do we look like, a fucking mark? I look like an... Like, dude, that's crazy. People are dying. They're dying. People are starving. Like, dude, come on, bro. You're wearing an Ed Hardy shirt while you're saying people are dying. Shut the fuck up. Get the...
Not enough work opportunities.
Wow, so right here we have people just sharing water. Like, this situation is so bad right here.
Look at that dude in the background. Oh my goodness. Golly, that guy looks goofy as sin. Truly. Goofy as sin, man.
Right now, no one even knows. Señor, ¿hablas español?
Sí, hablo español.
English? Oh, how are you? Good. Where are you from?
I came from Paris.
You came from Paris?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm journalist.
Journalist?
Yeah.
And what do you think about what's going on here?
It's horrible.
It's very bad.
It's very bad. Very, very bad. So bad. I don't know.
Why do I not get the feeling that it's really bad there? Why do I get the feeling that these guys, it's like a fucking field trip for these guys, these kids? You know, they're just out, it's a camping trip. They're out having a good old time. This is, you know what I mean? Like, this is, they're having a good time. This is an adventure for these kids. You know, and they're just working to get to that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm. And how come you think they allowed this to happen?
Sorry?
How come you think they allowed this to happen?
Really, I don't know. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I really am shocked.
He's a fellow journalist right here, and he's shocked.
Yeah.
This is an extremely
Nick
dire
Shirley's
situation.
like, this is a fellow journalist. Little fucking subtle flex there. That's funny. A little fucking humble brag.
Lots of young people.
Yes.
These kids are all 14, 15 years old.
15, 12, 10, 8 years. I saw 8 years. It's really horrible.
An 8-year-old.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
I can't talk.
Did you see how he had his hand on Nick's shoulder for like a minute, bro? What the fuck was that all about, man? He's like, yes, yes. Oh, isn't it crazy? Like, dude, you're creeping me out, bro. Step back, man. You're creeping me out. You don't have to touch me to talk, you know? Relax.
Okay. Look, now we got people throwing clothes.
Wow, they're
I
giving
then
these
headed
kids
to the center of the
clothes.
town with the citizen vigilante,
Bro,
Mancia. However,
don't these, did they not read the sign, don't feed the gators? Hello. Hello. Yeah, he was a chomo for sure. Big time.
within
He was a little light in the loafers. Absolutely. He was a little light in the loafers there.
minutes, we were chased out.
Did you hear him? 8 years old. I saw it. Oh man.
So now people.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Mr. Reyes. I think that dude is a bit of a kitty diddler. He's a child diddler.
Here to feel safe, they're walking around with their dogs because Muslims do not like dogs.
What? Muslims don't like dogs? Since when? When did that happen? That's weird. Or is it like the same reason why they don't eat pig? Like they're filthy animals, like Jules? Is that why? I wonder. That must be what it is.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Now we got people throwing stuff at us. ¿Qué hizo? Look, he's got the rocks now. He's throwing rocks. Oh shit. They're throwing rocks. No, no, no. Look, now we're getting chased. He has a knife.
Holy shit.
He has a knife.
Bro.
He got a knife.
Dude, and they're booking it, dude. They're not fucking. They really were that
Just
guy
like
was,
that.
Bro, that guy was really gonna stab their asses right there. They really just got out of it. That was a hairy situation, man. It was possible. They might not have made it out of there. That's not. I would imagine probably wasn't 100% that they just. I mean, that's wild though, dude. That's crazy, man. Like these people are savages. These people, they do not mean us anything good. I mean, you know, they're not wishing. They're not well wishers. That's for sure.
We have finished our mission here in Spain. We showed you guys the truth of what was actually going on, and we finished with a nice.
What do you mean? He joked about Sneeko not liking dogs. Well, what Nick said was Muslims don't like dogs. You're talking about Nick Fuentes, but saying Nick Shirley, he just said that they don't like dogs. And it makes sense. Like I've come to think of it, I've never seen a Muslim with a dog. I've never really heard them talk about dogs. And really, most cultures are dog cultures, or if they have a dog culture, everybody knows it. Yeah, they are like some wild animals. They eat cats, do they? From what I mean, that movie Patriot with Mel Gibson, they say a dog is a fine meal, actually.
We finished.
They're eating the cats and dogs. The dogs. Didn't you hear? They're eating the cats and the dogs. The dogs. Fuck, I hate that accent.
With a knife chase down the hill, and then got escorted back up to our car from the Spanish police. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and consider subscribing. We're so close to 2 million subscribers. This is Nick, and I'll see you guys next video.
Man, shit's wild. Like that street chase there, dude. That shit was wild, man. Oh. Oh,
well, just like Team Biden lied to us about the border being secure for years, Spain is lying to the world about its own massive migrant crisis. Over the weekend, they claimed that the situation was under control.
And she's looking so rough. Bro. Why doesn't she just give it up, let it go? She's been past her prime for half a decade now. She just keeps getting Botox, more and more makeup.
No problema. The Moroccan invaders were home. Really.
Look at that cop. That dude's huge for a cop. Usually they don't look like that. Inshallah.
Thousands are reportedly setting up camp on the beaches there and in the streets, refusing to leave. Some really gross video coming out of there. Independent journalist Nick Shirley is on the ground in Ceuta and is finding that they also
Did you hear her say Ceuta? I'd smash. I don't think so, bro. I mean, she is a blonde, but I don't think so, man. I don't know, dude.
very friendly.
He's a bit of a bitch, if you want the honest truth.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Crazy. Really is kind of
Now
crazy.
we got people throwing stuff at us. Look, he's got the rocks now. He's throwing rocks. Oh. They're throwing rocks.
Not very civilized, is it?
No. Look, now we're getting chased. He has a knife. He has a knife.
They just wanted a better life. Here with us to discuss is independent journalist Nick Shirley. Nick, what did I tell you the last time I saw you last week? I said you got to be careful out there. I know it's late for you. I'm glad you were able to outrun them. What happened after you were chased? Where exactly were you? Were there police or anyone there to help you?
Yeah, we ran down to the bottom of the hill because we were kind of on the top of the hill at that point when we were getting chased. And then we saw the guy reach for his knife and he said he was going to stab both of us. So we obviously ran as far as we could. And then we got to a spot and it was funny. Our car was parked like right next to where the guy was, where he threatened to stab us. So we had to get in a police car and then had them drop us off so we didn't get stabbed or the guy didn't come after us again.
Well, there goes your camera. That's okay. Were you, was that a Moroccan? I mean, who was that guy? Were these migrants that were still hanging around, or who were these people?
Yeah, it was a group of people that were still hanging around. Some of the Moroccans that hadn't gone back yet. There's still thousands of people on this. It's basically like a little island because it's just this part of Spain that's just all by itself on the African continent. So,
they think it's theirs.
That's what happened.
Yeah, they think it's theirs.
Yeah,
right?
but it's
so there's a lot. Look at how close.
But it's never been
Oh,
theirs.
he at least had that one bodyguard with the goatee. But I mean, he does go with he has a team. Definitely, he has private security. Is that stuff in Minnesota? You know, they basically started threatening him and shit because he was snitching as far as they're concerned, as far as those subhuman Somalians, as far as they were concerned. You know.
We go back hundreds and hundreds of years. We can do the entire Islamic march through Europe too. But Nick, you notice something peculiar about this group? Watch.
Once again, not a single woman in sight. This is all just a group of men right here, all being escorted down the mountain from the Spanish military. And how
The fact that there are no women with them, it's beyond belief. That's why anybody who saw that and was actually in the know and thinking, you could see that it was coordinated from the jump. It was pretty obvious, like that shit. Stuff like that doesn't just happen. And the fact that there are only men, young boys and stuff, like, Yeah, we're being flooded with criminals, you know? Like the fact that there are no women with them, uh, you're getting criminals. You're getting criminals. That's the only reason why there would be no women is because it's just a bunch of criminals. They would sub-design or grand design enjoyer. Why don't you change your name, douche? It's too difficult to say. Jeez, man.
How old are you guys? El mundo. 28. He's 28. 28. 21. 21. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Mujeres a la casa, como dice en el Islam.
What's up with the old geezer?
Explain that. The point about Islam, women stay at home like Islam says. This is conquest. This is not just looking for a better life. This is clear. They got a goal.
Good observation there, Larry. They are on conquest. Yeah, our wives are at home. We're invading. Like, bro, that's exactly what that is. Yeah, we don't bring our women on adventures. We don't bring our women to a conquest. What do you? It's you. You know, we're not that stupid. We'll leave you guys to do that. You know, like that's essentially culture clash right there. But yeah, that's kind of a good observation that I hadn't quite made is, I mean, I was thinking, yeah, of course they didn't bring their women, but like tying it to conquest, like, yes, of course you leave your women at home. You're going to fight. You're going to rape.
Yeah, and it's like if you had no job, no money inside of your country, why would you leave your wife there? And it's very interesting to think that all these men, they're all 21 to 28 years old, and they're all coming here, like literally in the truckloads. Like truckloads of men just got dropped off at the border. The Moroccan government let them through, and then the Spain government literally opened up the gate for them.
So when they say that that overwhelmingly, like they led us to believe that 50,000 people were returned to Morocco. That is not what you're seeing.
No shit. Nobody.
No, I mean, there were thousands of people up in the mountains. Like everywhere you look when you're driving around the town, you'd look up in the hill and there'd be somebody crawling out of the mountain. Like who knows how many people.
Somebody literally dropped a bucket of roaches into Quetta. They brought a big bucket of roaches and poured them bitches out on the border. And they just scattered and scurried and looked for shit. You know, they're trying to get away from the light, hide underneath, hide underneath stuff, hide behind. I mean, it's an apt comparison,
People are still there.
I
like
mean,
there's not a real number you could give.
What do they expect to? What they expect to just stay there and get taken care of? Or there's obviously a lot of break-ins that we've seen, a lot of people bashing in people's windows. So what do they expect to get?
The goal is to make it over the mainland, and then from there, I heard people say they're going to want to go to Romania. They want to go to Paris. They want to go to London.
What the fuck,
Germany?
Man?
You name it.
These scumbags, dude. They see this shit as like a tour. This is a tour. They're going to have a good time. They're going to, see all the sights and enjoy all of the fruits of other people's labor and other civil. They're going to have a good old time. Their life is just beginning. They're going on the adventure of their lives. Don't you see?
They want to go anywhere inside of Europe.
Nick, all I can say is be careful on the streets. I'm glad you held on to your camera. I love that. You jogged pretty fast with that camera, but that was close. Nick, be careful, please. Oh, my goodness. You're crazy. You're crazy, but we love you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now.
I don't know. Did you guys see the the Tommy Robinson thing debate at the Oxford Union?
First of all, I'd like to say I'd much rather be watching the England game than in here tonight. I've simply come here because of the commitment to free speech that Arwa had.
I gotta say, Robinson, he looks quite out of place with one of those shark skin suits.
For this event, I know you have totally opposite views to me, but I know that people may step into the field of inviting me somewhere without realising what it's going to face. So I'm fully aware of the backlash you would have faced, but I congratulate you on your defence of free speech, and that's the reason why I've come tonight. Yeah. I'd also like to congratulate Aisha on her first great speech, and I'm sorry that your family aren't here today to have watched that, but it wasn't my supporters that have attacked them outside. It's not my supporters who are causing a rabble or smashing the place up and attacking police officers. It's not supporters on our side of the debate either. It's supporters on your side of the debate who are out there causing mayhem. Yeah? So before talking about Islam, I'd love to believe what Jacob and the others on this panel believe, that we shouldn't be suspicious of Islam. Jacob, there's 480 Muslims who live in your constituency, 0.5%. You probably can't find a Muslim. There's 3 mosques, the main one.
That's Jacob Rees-Mogg. Dude is a scumbag, man. Dude is a scumbag. He is a sniveling, milquetoast piece of bureaucratic British shit. That's what that guy is, and you'll see it by the end of this video. Sniveling, slimy, man.
Being in Bath University, I'm from Luton Town. We have 80,000 Muslims, 45 mosques, 33% of the population. Suspicious of it. I want to be clear what Islam is, because it's not what any of you say it is. It's not what I say it is. It's not what we wish it to be. And it's not what your friendly local imam or your taxi driver or Mr. Andalusia decides it is. Islam is defined in the Quran. Muslims that believe the Quran to be the word of Allah, written in an eternal book in heaven and revealed to Muhammad in the 7th century.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what the hell just like my internet just cut out for a second.
That believe the Quran to be the word of Allah, written in an eternal book in heaven and revealed to Muhammad in the 7th century. And it's the Sunnah, the excellent pattern of behaviour or exalted standard of moral excellence as defined in the Hadiths, which record his sayings, actions and silent approvals or disapprovals of Muhammad, and in the biography. And the whole idea, by the way, is based on accepting that Muhammad is the final prophet, because the Quran says so, and the Quran is the word of God because Muhammad says so. So, seeking common ground. I'm not here for a fight, contrary to what everyone believes. Common ground must be Islam. Christians must deny Jesus is the Son of God, a partner. But anyway, let's look for some common ground. Okay, that's what we want to find. I've seen how this works, Andrew, so I'll take as many questions as you want at the end. I'm just going to finish my speech. How many of you in here are gay?
Man.
You don't actually need to put your hands up, okay? In the Quran, through the story of Lot, homosexuality is condemned, and 4 of the 5 major schools of Islamic law think it should be punishable by death. Maybe I'm going to finish my speech. In fact, 24 countries where Islam is the state religion have criminal penalties for homosexuality.
Fucking internet, man. Out of the blue, it just fucking takes a dump. What the fuck? Pretty fucking incredible. Bro. wish I fucking knew what the hell the problem was. Like, bro.